everybody. Hello, Maddie. And yeah, no, you're first here. Hello, Azur and Alice. Lovely to see you both as well. How's everyone doing today? I hope you're all having a lovely Saturday afternoon. Ugh, I am tired. And my throat's kind of sore. Which means I am in the perfect state of being to voice act a visual novel. Man, I slept pretty well after last night, though. I was up late, but honestly, I don't feel as tired as I usually do. I am also really excited to continue with the Chrono Jotter. I've been really enjoying this game so far because I got brainworms. It's a good game. I haven't actually played too much of it, but I've heard nothing but lovely things. It's also fucking gorgeous, but I feel like that one's more of a given. But yeah, I don't want to wait too long. Let us just close this and boot up the game. I will be loading up a save that's a bit earlier from where we left off. But yeah, it'll be great. We got murdered. We're gonna get murdered again. It's gonna be a lovely time for everyone. I'm assuming everyone here is already aware of the plot of the game. I'm just kind of... Because, again, this is the finale. We don't have much of the game left, from what I can tell. So, you might be a little lost. Slightly. Especially because the game's been really bizarre. I'm really enjoying it, don't get me wrong, but there are some pretty major questions going on right now, and I don't know how exactly the game's gonna tie it all in a neat little bow. So, we shall discover that truth together. I really do gotta hook my microphone up to, like, something that isn't my desk, because every time I tap it, you can, like, hear it on the microphone, and that really bugs me. I don't like it. Especially because I often fucking talk with my hands, so it's a sound that happens very often and is very frustrating. How are you? I'm doing great. How about you, Natsu? We're about to get murdered. But yeah, I guess if I'm gonna give it like a quick recap for those who are new, Danganronpa, like, it's that classic killing game scenario, but when you solve the murder, the person comes back to life, and everyone is very incredibly casual about it. They draw lots at the start to determine who's the killer, who's the victim, all that stuff. And also, every single person in the school is somehow related to Ron Ibuki, through some indirect, some directly having an impact on her life. And I don't really know what the fuck's up with that. Like, for example, fucking Aya and Miho are her parents. She had no memory that they were her parents until, like, she just now remembered. Aww. Just who was I at Toyama to me? No matter what mistakes were made or what kind of tantrums I threw because of my illness, she never got mad at me. She never got mad at... I think that's a typo. Well, not a typo, but like... someone accidentally copy-pasted the text. She never got mad at me or talked my ears off. Her go-to answer for cheering me up was to take me on a joyride. That is really sweet. I'm good, just finished celebrating my early birthday since I'll be driving home on my birthday. Oh, nice! Hope it went well. Sunny as well, hello, how you doing today? Happy Sunday. Saturday, fuck, I don't know my days. It went pretty good. I'm happy to hear that, really. That is genuinely amazing. That's all you can really ask for. Oh, I'm running a little cold. Sorry. Give me like 2 seconds to put on a good old-fashioned hoodie. Is a comfy. How was everyone's Christmas, though, actually? I don't think I asked that last stream, and I feel a little bit embarrassed about it. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think I asked it on the first stream. What the fuck? Sorry, I completely forgot that Christmas happened the second after it passed. Like 2 days later, I'm like, oh, it's out. But yeah. We had just solved another fun murder. The Crimbus was good for me. I'm happy to hear that. Not great, but yeah, that's whatever. It's the holidays are usually a bummer time, so I'm happy to be here with you all. You guys make it so much better. Genuinely, I do mean that. Like, you guys make this one of the best holidays I've had just because of all of you. And I am so grateful for that. There's a fucking... You know when you're like really thirsty? I'm like drinking water, but like it's like there's this like ball in like the back of my throat. I'm not a fan of it. Sorry for gargling water, but it's really bugging me. I am! That's the problem! Alright. I wanted to stall for time for a little bit just to, like, give everyone the chance to come in here, because it's the finale. I want as many people to be able to show up as possible. But it has been... Actually, it's only been 10 minutes, but... Unfortunately, I'm not very patient. So, let us begin with the voice of acting. I did this scene last time, but I'll do it again just because it's very fun. Because it kind of cuts ahead from, like, solving the last murder to, sort of a fast forward, like a few... I don't know how much time's passed, actually, but... Ibuki? Oh, shit, fuck. You and Sakura ran off so quickly after we drew lots. I was half thinking you might have run off to commit a murder. Don't be ridiculous. I'd never kill anyone. I didn't pull the culprit card this time either. If I had, I probably would have tried to figure out some sleight of hand that prevent the others from noticing before tossing it back in the pile. How about you? Are you going swimming again? It feels like today's even colder than usual. Yeah, I want to get one last swim before the pool froze over. Want to come? Nope. So I gave Ron's head a gentle knock before heading off towards the pool. Maddie, hello, hi. After the pool freezes over, it'll be a long time before I'm able to see Yodano take another swim. Maybe I'll go watch her later. Ron had just entered the dorms and taken off her shoes when she heard laughter from the dining room.
Mio, what is this? How did you manage to make something like this?
I don't know. I clearly followed Yodano-san's recipe to the letter. Yes we are. Because I want everyone to experience... It's just a cool scene. I really like how they establish the sense of normalcy. Ron followed the sound to the dining room where Miho and I were sitting together and eating something.
Ron! Come check out Miho's incredible quantum cheese fettuccine.
What?
Don't...
Ron poked her head into look and saw some kind of viscous white liquid sitting on a plate in front of Miho. Some solids seem to be suspended in the gelatinous substance. Plus, then we get a moment of levity before, because I feel like the everything that happens once we get murdered is gonna be pretty not good. So, we at least get a fun moment before the horrors, you know? Instead of just diving straight into the horrors. We get to ramp ourselves up. On the other side of the table, I had a plate of Italian pasta covered in golden brown cheese. If these two plates were indeed meant to be the same dish, then Ron had no idea just how Miho had ended up with what was on her plate. Let me get a taste. Let me get a taste. Ron took the fork I handed her, rolled up a forkful of the spaghetti out from under the cheese, and ate it. Oh, it's not bad.
See? Clearly you can make something like this if you just follow Sai's notebook to the letter. Cookbook to the letter.
Yay, a sword! Awesome. I can be trusted with weaponry.
I don't know how Miho managed to turn her attention to a shot at the Nobel Prize.
Shut up.
Toyama, if you're so good at cooking, you should help Yodano out a bit more in the future. Well, you know, rather than do the cooking, I prefer to just eat.
I was, for some inexplicable reason, sitting with arms proudly akimbo.
But, well, I suppose I could help Miho out when she's secretly craving a midnight snack.
Don't say nonsense like that in front of Ibuki-san. I don't go for midnight snacks.
No, you totally do. Remember that one time...
Ron quietly left the dining room, giving Miho and I back their private space. Ron headed up the stairs and saw that Koizumi was headed to the observation deck. She quietly followed Koizumi, and when her target had opened the door to the observation deck, she suddenly darted forth and laid her hands on Koizumi's shoulders. Koizumi!
Ibuki-san.
Koizumi turned around, one hand over her heart with an expression of pleasant surprise.
Please tell me before you prank me like that next time. But then it wouldn't be a surprise.
The two of them entered the observation deck, and each found a place to sit, keeping a bit of distance from each other. You know, Miss Sakura and I come up here pretty often.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Tells me about it frequently. Ron lowered her head. She was thinking about the best distance between herself and Koizumi what the best distance between herself and Koizumi should be in their interactions, to best lower the awkwardness on both sides. Koizumi's relationship to Ron was somewhat complex, and whether Ron chose to keep her distance or chose to approach close to her, both left her hapless.
Ibuki-san.
Yeah?
Next time, let's go out for another picnic. I'll bake some more cookies and prepare some drinks again.
Koizumi,
I'll invite On and the rest of the class as well. How's that sound?
Ron nodded and slid a tiny bit closer to Koizumi. Sure, let's go together. Ron returned to her room, where she saw An gesturing to her from next to the window. Miss Sakura! Ron rapidly approached An and immediately noticed there was something in An's jacket that was shining with white light.
Oh, wait!
The fruit knife hurtled towards Ron's heart, and half its blade sank into her chest. She coughed, and her mouth filled with thick, viscous blood. Ron didn't push her away, but let herself get slammed onto the window instead. The notebook in her hands fell to the floor as well, splaying open to a pair of blank pages. Ron pulled the blade out, and immediately plunged it into Ron's neck. She began pushing, trying to slash Ron's neck open horizontally, but the knife's blade seemed to have been stopped by the muscle.
You're all good, Natsu. Thank you so much, I appreciate it, and I'll see you in a bit.
We're currently getting murdered. But the blade's knife seemed to have been stopped by the muscle, so she was forced to pull at the knife and take a few steps back to watch as Ron kneeled before the notebook. Hi, Ender, we're getting murdered! The force of her impact with the wall had pushed all the blood out of Ron's mouth, and now her chest and stomach erupted with a fountain of blood. She looked down, watching her blood slowly come to surround the notebook, before being absorbed by its pages, drop by drop. A sudden and unanticipated assault had caused Ron to fall into disarray, but in the middle of the chaos, one bolt of eye-searing light was coming right towards her. Sorry. Ron suddenly opened her eyes wide open, throwing away for a moment both her pain and the fact that she was about to die. She opened her mouth and shouted as countless memories enveloped her awareness like a storm. Ron's pierced heart began to beat wildly, causing even more blood to gush forth. She opened her mouth, raised her head, and stared An Sakura dead on in the eyes. Ron, An's hands clenched the handle of the knife tightly, squeezing the blood that Ron had splattered on her out between her fingers. Seeing An's sorrowful face, Ron wanted to open her mouth and say something, but her previous shouts had already exhausted the last bit of her strength. Slowly, she closed her eyes, and with the last of her light. Hi, Vivian, we're getting murdered. you're at the finale of a mystery visual novel. So you might be a little clueless. Long story short, killing game, people come back once you solve their murders, and every single person in here is related to Ronabuki in some way. And there are a lot of questions about that. Also, the memory of them is erased. As in, like, killing game. The Chrono Jotter. Anyways, it's a very, very good game. I've been really enjoying it. You're kind of coming at the end of like a 6-stream long series, though. So I apologize if you're a little clueless. Slowly, she closed her eyes, and with the last of her light, saw that the notebook had consumed almost all of the freshly shed blood on the floor. This filled her with peace. At last, everything before Ron began to twist and distort, before finally fading out into infinite darkness. Chapter 2 complete. A chance to increase one of your stats has been acquired. Yeah, let me charisma check my way through this. Now entering the final recall. Saving here is highly recommended. Oh yeah, by the way, recall is like, the game's... You basically get to, like, go back in time slightly and see alternate paths. They don't actually happen, you don't change the events that transpired, but you do get to see an alternate perspective on them, which I think is very, very cool. I'm confused. What? No. That does sound cool. It's really cool. Okay. I think I already did all my branches here. Probably just imagining it. Okay. Now we get to ignore the murder. Yeah. Oh, does this just change, like, how the murder does she get away with fucking murdering... Oh, she just gets away with murdering Aya here. Nah. Oh, damn it. Yeah, okay, so it does just change... So she does just get murdered instead of being, like, almost murdered. Okay. Literally red-handed in this instance. Yeah. Alright. Guess you... And also, everyone is incredibly casual about the murders because they've been doing this for God knows how long. Years? Like, weeks? I don't fucking know. None of us know. But they're all incredibly casual about it, and it's kind of unsettling. Yeah, that's fucked up. Cool. I think that's the only difference. I'm glad we got the ending where she doesn't die. Began binding together. Oh, it wasn't suddenly. It was slowly. Over the course of years and years. Because an injury never heals. If you get stabbed, you're just gonna be bleeding out forever. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. I just wanted to double check to make sure, like, there wasn't anything. I missed, but I don't think there is. I think we're all good. I was kind of expecting a new special recall, but honestly, fair enough. Alright. Oh my god. Did ads fucking start? No? Is it going to just delay it long enough to fuck with me again? Because I saw the countdown. Like, just end. So it's coming, but... Okay, it's delaying it long enough to fuck with me again. God damn it. Quit making me look like a dumbass, Twitch. God fucking... Emerson, hi! Oh my god, thank you. I was able to stall for long enough. We just got to the, like, this, there wasn't any actual recall, but yeah, okay. What the fuck? How is it still not started? Okay. But hello, we just got murdered. The ads, on the other hand, are neutral. I would say the ads are bad. I dislike them strongly. Anyways, the game just gives you one last... Oh, there it fucking... Oh my god! Okay. Oh, an Eggy check already? Ender, thank you. This is incredible. I'm fucking dead. They fucking killed me! Thank you very much. I think that's amazing. Thank you. Hi. Woo! Yay! Yeah! Sorry, I get easily distracted. Okay, enough shaking. I think ads are over for everyone. Did ads start for everyone? Is everyone not in ads? That is the question. Okay. Let's do this. We are... Okay. So, we bled all over our notebook, and apparently there was a flood of memories. Oh yeah, basically... Okay, you're gonna figure... But also, to, like, use the recall, Ron has to, like, bleed... She puts her hand on the notebook, and it basically absorbs her blood through her hand, and so bleeding a lot on the notebook sure does something, huh? We activated the super recall. Alright. Let's do this. What? Happy birthday, on Sakura. After blowing the candle out, I turned the desk lamp next to the reading table on. Rectangular piece of...
black forest cake that had already been cut into 3 pieces was waiting there, glowing under the lamplight. It's pretty late. Let's only have a single piece. As I set the candle down with one hand, I flicked my phone screen open with the other, and sent appreciative responses to all my classmates who'd messaged me their well wishes for my birthday. Ever since my parents had passed away of natural causes, I'd grown used to celebrating my birthday on my own. There wasn't much of a reason for it, I just felt like it suited me more this way. I licked the bits of chocolate left on the fork, letting the familiar sweetness spread throughout my mouth. Ever since I'd moved here at the age of 5, I'd always have a black forest cake from the local store on my birthday. Okay. Today was the 13th time I'd gotten to enjoy this private pleasure, which was to say that as of today I was 17 and halfway through the course of my life. I leaned back in my chair, looking towards my bottle of micrometeorites. But I couldn't imagine giving the bottle to anyone the way my mother had done before.
Oh yeah, no, I am drinking a lot of water. It's a visual novel. I got, like, a big-ass water bottle, and I'm very happy about it. Also, I just want to say, I am, like, trying to play, like, the real on Sakura a lot more, like, I'm giving her a very different texture to how I did, like, the one in the school, because I don't, you know, I feel like this is a flashback. Because this is a place we've never seen before. But 17, so she dies at 34? Let's see how things play out, I guess.
Good morning, An! I forgot to tell you yesterday, so I'm making it up for it now. Happy birthday!
As she spoke, she sat down on the desk ahead of me.
Thanks. Right, last time you said you wanted to go traveling in Malaysia over break, right? Did I ever mention that to you? Actually, Owen, you seen the news from yesterday as well, right? A pilot on the Japan-Malaysia airline route has suddenly come down with honeycomb amnesia syndrome as well.
She made a big show of drooping down in disappointment. After all, because of this, the airline would surely cancel those flights. And that meant if she still wanted to go to Malaysia, she'd have to go through a lot of trouble to change planes. I have no fucking clue. This is the first time it's been mentioned.
Thankfully, when the pilot lost consciousness, the plane was over the ocean. Before the plane completely crashed, he was able to regain consciousness and force a controlled water landing.
I nodded. Ugh, wow. Ugh, my voice is fucked. Sorry, it's been like 3 voice intensive, like, streams in a row. So my voice is like a little bit shot. Just want to stop by. I might show up for a few hours if the stream is long enough, but I'll probably just have to watch the VOD for this one.
You're all good. I appreciate you popping by.
I nodded. The rain that the mother of humanity had called down to protect humankind had created significant problems for many parts of modern society. Who knew when she'd cease her actions and accept that humanity could finally face the things that it couldn't understand? What?
We don't seem to have had anybody here come down with honeycomb amnesia yet. If we have to catch it, I hope I catch it while we're in class so I can just wake up and find that classes are already over. Well, from what I remember, only 5% of people in the whole world have gotten honeycomb amnesia so far. If we're lucky, we probably won't catch it during our lifetimes. Oh, really? You sure do know a lot of interesting facts on. They talk about it on the television pretty frequently.
I like her, actually. 5% is still a lot of people, but...
I gave her a pat on the shoulder, as if to commiserate with her, and she started laughing with me. Yesterday she had some late-night fun with someone from the class across the hall before she snuck home, did she now?
What?
I held my chin and considered teasing her about it before class started. Suddenly, however, a loud electronic buzzing erupted from the window, tearing at my ears.
Wait. I gave her a pat on the shoulder. Emerson, the thing is, I think the entire game is on POV. Remember how it said I when whatever it was took over Ibuki's body during the night scenes? Okay, yeah. What? Also, I really like that there's, like, they're doing a bunch of new backgrounds for these that we had, like, never seen before, just because it really helps sell that, like, this is, you know, I've gotten so used to the same backgrounds. Every scene kind of happens, yeah. I don't know, it just feels very, very cool. At the same time, a dense rain began to fall. I turned to look outside the window. A giant, green, gelatinous object was lying on the school building, and seemed to be slowly moving in the direction of the city. For some reason, its surface seemed to diffract the light, and blurry waves of color seemed to radiate from it. What is that? Looks like you're about to get what you wished for. I watched her try to support herself with her elbows, her head heavy and her eyes slowly shutting. I'm going to watch a recap of lore for this game. You found a recap? Honestly, I'm just surprised there's content online for this game, because I couldn't find, like, a fucking I found a playthrough online before. I watched her try to support herself with her elbows, her head heavy and her eyes slowly shutting. Within a few seconds, she lost consciousness, and I quickly grabbed her to make sure she didn't collapse to the ground. The other students in the class fell to the floor as well, one by one. The Chrono Jotter. It is both in the stream title and the stream category. And mentioned in the Discord. Which you should join, !Discord in the chat. Okay. One by one, as they intermittently fell to the ground with heavy thuds, I tensed my shoulders in sympathy. They'd probably have a lot of new bruises waiting for them once they woke up. What the fuck is going on? Hi, Vegito! Holy shit, Vegito from Dragon Ball! Hi! How you doing today? We are in the finale of the Chrono Jotter, I appreciate you popping by, but you might be a little lost, and I am very sorry about that. We are currently... It is the final chapter, I believe, of a mystery game, so it's been a lot of build-up, and... Yeah, okay. As long as you're okay with it. You're worried about the bruises? Anyways, we got murdered, we bled on our notebook, and we're currently having flashbacks. Wait, why is the notebook giving us ons? Oh my god. Oh shit. Yeah, no. My theory is 100% right? So our girlfriend turned into a notebook, and that gives us the ability to kind of go back in time and see different outcomes. We don't change the past, but we can see different branches from it. And then our girlfriend killed me. But like... It's complicated. Killing game, people come back to life when you solve their murder. It's a whole big thing. Everyone's very casual about murder. The game is surprisingly funny sometimes just because of just how casual they are. Especially in like the first chapter, it's honestly kind of comical. But yeah. Currently, there's a green gelatinous object outside the school, and everyone's fucking passing out. Apparently, it's some, like, defense mechanism? I don't know. I don't... We still don't really have any answers. I helped settle my classmates into a comfortable position on her desk, then... performed a lazy stretch while listening to the sounds of distant explosions and the alarms going off from all sorts of vehicles. The prequel to Honeycomb Amnesia. Maddie, I think this is Honeycomb Amnesia because they mentioned, what was it? If we have to catch it, I hope we're in class so I can wake up and find the classes are already over. And then, you got your wish. Looks like you're about to get what you wished for. So this is what happened. I don't know. Is it the slime causing it, or... No, wait, no. It mentioned that the rain was causing it. Yeah, a dense rain began to fall. Okay. The mother of humanity. I'm assuming that's more like a concept than an actual person, like... I guess a representation of, like... You know how, like, some people are, like... an earth deity or whatever the fuck, you know? This is the high point of the morning rush hour. A lot of car accidents have probably just taken place. There likely weren't many drivers who got enough warning to be able to brake their cars. I'm morbidly... Dude, the game's great. I cannot stress enough how... I think this game's incredible. I think this game has some of the best, like... writing I think I've seen. I really love it. It's so good. It's got one of the most visceral depictions of suicidal ideation I think I've ever seen in a game before, and it really, it made me fucking sob. The characters are all very likable. I don't know. I guess we'll see how many of them are willing to shell out for emergency braking countermeasures against honeycomb amnesia syndrome. I took out my phone and carefully tiptoed out of the classroom, trying not to step on any of the students who were sleeping all over the floor. Ron, but yeah. The game's plot is fascinating. The world in this game is fascinating. It's so bizarre and interesting. Like, they're... Why On has no reaction? she definitely knew about this beforehand, because even when the rain started, she was like, looks like you're about to get what you wished for, so... I'm really wondering who the fuck this mother is. Again, my theory is, like, it's some sort of, like, you know, creator, you know? Though this is my first time personally experiencing the mother's rains for myself. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. After all, I've only ever been in the position of an observer before. But I quickly decided to visit the roof of the school, since I heard that only humans and objects created by humans got wet in the rain. If I'd walked about in the rains, the raindrops would avoid me, though, as though the mother of humanity didn't like the cut of my jib for whatever reason. She's so petty. As I thought about the ridiculous expression that the mother of humanity's face would make when she grew irritated, I couldn't help but laugh out loud and mock just a little bit faster. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does... Only humans and objects created by humans got wet. If I walked in the rains, the raindrops would avoid... What the fuck? I'm not sure if she's insane, because clearly there's something supernatural going on. She's also the only one unaffected by the rain, which is interesting. The classroom was already quite close to the stairs leading to the roof, and it took me only a few minutes to traverse the dead silent corridors and arrive at the door to the roof. Also, Vegito, I do want to say, I am Joy Kirbs. I'm a voice actor. I do a lot of indie stuff. I hope you enjoy your stay. I appreciate it if you're still just lurking, but I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. The classroom was already quite close to the stairs leading to the... fuck. Outside the door was the heavy sound of rain. There was something that the stilling... That was something that the stilling rains had in common with the natural sounds of rainfall that I love so much. I pushed the handle down and opened the creaking door. A bleak, gray cloudscape filled my eyes, hanging so low in the sky that it looked like it was about to fall to the earth. The raindrops were so dense that they seemed to blanket the whole world in a translucent curtain. Yeah, I definitely loved watching the rain. I could feel my mood improving already, and the most interesting thing was yet to come. I stuck my hand into the rain with anticipation, and, just as expected, the raindrops circumvented my hand. So, what would happen to my clothes then? I extended my arms further, letting the sleeve of my shirt enter the rain as well. The raindrops, whose trajectories had originally been perfectly straight, now wriggled like frightened caterpillars as they maintained a slight distance from my hand. And the results were the same as before. Apparently, the mother of humanity didn't want anything to do with my clothes either, and the rain traced pristine arcs in the air as it dodged me. That is a really interesting visual. That's so fucking cool. The mother of humanity's little bugs sure are clever. After the success of the experiment, I abandoned all my concerns and dashed into the rain. After all, everybody in the city besides me was in the midst of a dream anyways. Okay, so the rain comes from the deity, and the rain makes people fall asleep. And I'm assuming people have no memory of what happened once the rain started, thus the name of, like, honeycomb amnesia syndrome, because it's meant to be, like, you know, spotty, I guess. You know, like, there are gaps in the memory, but it's not like you're missing the structure, I guess. I'm just theorizing based on the information that we currently have. Fuck. Didn't mean to... What the fuck? Sorry, okay, I got it. I keep... Sorry, scroll wheel down keeps accidentally triggering dialogue progression. After the success of the experiment, I spread my arms, spinning in the rain, and hopped my way forward as the rain dodged even my immaculately maintained hair. I definitely couldn't let anybody who recognized me see me like this. It took me about a dozen seconds of wild flailing before I grew bored. I ceased my movements, thinking that perhaps I'd head to the other side of the roof and see what the big green news thing was up to. But when I turned around, I froze, and my cheeks flushed red. Because there was a female student, standing on the edge of the rooftop fence, watching me. She'd probably seen my entire wild performance just now. Oh, and she's getting wet! Okay, so we at least know that Ron's human. Good for us. What the fuck does that mean? It's easy to explain. On's just not a human and isn't created by a human. What that entails, hell if I know. I mean, yeah, we gathered that, but also, then what the fuck is she is more the question. Vivian. But something wasn't quite right. Watching her, I felt this sense of dissonance. But at the same time, she pulled at me somehow. It was an attraction so powerful that I even experienced a state of altered perception where everything around us had completely disappeared, leaving just me and her in a pure white world. If I simply raised my hand, I could pull her into my embrace. If I took a single step, I could be right beside her, my breasts close enough to touch her cheek, and then I could begin to get to know her in a deeper and more intimate way than any human being could ever approach. But this attraction wasn't born of any sort of emotion. Rather, it was more like I felt the urge to approach her on an instinctive level. So I followed my instincts, because I'd always done so. I stood up straight and walked towards her with my usual refined gait. I came closer and closer, but when I was close enough to see her expression, I found I didn't dare come any closer, because she was clearly completely awake and staring straight at me, despite being completely soaked by the rain. Now I understood where my attraction to her was coming from. Okay. Give me a second to drink water. I took a few steps forward until I stood before her. I stretched out my hand and prepared to introduce myself. Hello, beloved child of the Mother of Humanity. My name is An Sakura. Oh. Oh, shit! That's what that means! Holy shit, that got brought up like hour fucking 1! And then just didn't really come- Oh my god! Practically An's a construct of the Mother of Humanity. I don't know exactly how it works, but maybe it's just like a blessing, a person that they feel particularly strongly towards, you know? They're like, this is my special little Blorbo. And then you just get... non-humans apparently get attracted towards you, which is probably a bad thing, I'm gonna be real, but I don't know how exactly it works. Beloved child is literal? I mean, in that case, that'd be strange because we know who her mother is. It was, Miho's, sister. Soren is just particularly loved by the mother of humanity. And that's what I'm thinking. I'm not 100% sure, though. I am just going off of the information that I am currently having. It might be... Okay, to be fair, it might be a Jesus situation, but I feel like that might be a little bit too much.
My name is Sakura. From your perspective, I suppose you could call me an extraterrestrial.
She's a fucking alien! Huh. Huh? Wait. If the attraction to, like, stuff is because she's a beloved child of the mother of humanity, that explains why she's had so many bizarre interactions with... Okay, fair enough. But... yeah, no, it's so cool. That you could see that in, like, the hand render as well. It's so cool. It's such a cool visual, you know? That's why she's had so many bizarre incidents. Like, throughout the entire game, she's just been kind of... There have been all these sorts of, like, past incidents, you know, bizarre things that have happened to her that she just sort of explains. Alder's extraterrestrial alien that formed humanity? Not necessarily, no. Because... alien would imply they didn't come from Earth. I believe maybe they did, or... I don't know. I have no fucking clue, man. I don't really know. My guess is it's some sort of... deity, god, something.
From your perspective, I suppose you could call me an extraterrestrial. The beloved child's hair was drenched by rainwater and dangled in wet strands all over her face, making it hard for me to read her expression. At the same time, I was worried that the sound of the rain was also covering up my voice. She gave no answer to my greeting and turned as though to leave, so I immediately rushed in close and grabbed her wrist.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? Holy shit! Yeah, wasn't that kind of implied? I mean, it was, but it's still wild to see that. I assumed it was just, like, not an ability, you know? Only to see paranormal entities. That also isn't entirely true. Everyone can see the paranormal entities, as can be implied through, the girl reacting to the, what is that? When the gelatinous object was outside the window. So, I think it's more that they are particularly, like, drawn to her, in a sense. Sort of a magnetic field. Everyone can see them, but she doesn't fall asleep during the rain, so so she gets to remember them, in a sense. She also has schizophrenia, which, combined with being the only one to remember and see certain things, is fucking awful. But it's also interesting to see, like, it being something that she can just use, because we usually have to, like, it's an exchange of sorts. Well, neat at least. Yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to be, like, a pedant. I'm just, like, trying to figure out this lore for myself, honestly, so... With other people, touching them enough, then using recall to quickly view their entire life's history was one of the greatest little pleasures of my existence. I didn't want to do such a thing to her, though. That's really sweet, actually. Also... Hey. Parallels, okay. I find it really interesting. Oh, absolutely. That's... I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm saying I am just figuring out how it all works, you know? It's interesting. But also, she can view other people's histories with recall. Whereas Ron can only view branches of her own history. Which is interesting. Also, that is really sweet, actually. After I grabbed her wrist, she tried to pull away and began struggling against me. Her hair shook with her movements, allowing me to see her rain-stained face. Ranabuki? I couldn't help but exclaim her name in surprise. Ranabuki had become infamous across the school as soon as she transferred in. There were rumors that she was from another country and that she wasn't mentally well. But I'd had the chance to interact with her a few times before this, and I hadn't detected anything extraordinary in her. I let go of her wrist, and Ron immediately pulled her hand to her chest and stared nervously at me, shuffling her feet and starting to shy away from me. So that's how it is. The previous beloved child must have perished. Oh. Oh, shit! That is interesting. So there is only one at a time? The previous beloved child must have perished then. What even is the mother of humanity trying to accomplish with all this? Let's get back inside for now. I'd be ashamed of myself if I just let you sit outside in the rain by yourself. Ranabuki remained silent, turning to look in the gelatinous green shape's direction. It's more a role and title than anything. Yes! That is what I'm gathering. Don't worry about that big thing. I just used my recall on it. It's just a big clump of solidified subsonic vibrations. It'll disappear on its own in a few hours. I tried taking Ranabuki's hand again. This time, she didn't resist me. Do you understand these things? I do. From the perspective of the mother of humanity, I'm the exact same as that thing. And here I thought only I could see them. So, the fish and the flowers crawling over my arm, can you see those too? I looked down. Clearly there was nothing on Ron's arm. It was only now that I remember that, according to the rumors, part of Ranabuki's mental illness was that she'd occasionally shout and scream in the middle of class and start spouting nonsense. It seemed like she suffered from a mental illness that caused her to hallucinate. No matter what answer I gave her, it would probably end poorly. I don't see them. I don't see them. They're your hallucinations. Hi, welcome back, Natsu. Ads are gonna start in a minute. So give me a second. So you're here to trick me as well? Shouting, Ron pulled her arm free from my grasp and then turned to run. You were the one who was shouting nasty things at me from the road yesterday too, weren't you? Why'd you have to do that? I just couldn't solve the last problem. Why did you have to shout at me? She pulled at her own hair with her hands and dashed off towards the roof entrance. She didn't make it 2 steps before she tripped over her own feet and fell to the floor. I immediately rushed over and helped her up, letting her use my shoulder. When Ronabuki's rain-soaked sleeves touched me, all the moisture in them immediately fled like a hive of panicked ants, scattering away in all directions. That's very interesting. Kind of a weird mental image. I love it. Ron clutched my shoulders with a death grip, as though she wanted to impale my flesh with her fingernails. It was quite painful, but I still did my best to help her back into the school building, before immediately depositing her next to a wall and telling her to sit. Okay. Wow. Okay, while ads are running, I'm going to really quickly go just splash my face with some water. I'm kind of eepy. Okay, I'm back. Papa do 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 do. Okay. Sorry, vocal warm-ups. Because I keep forgetting to do them before stream, and I'm kind of embarrassed about it. Wrong expression, but meant to do that one. Welcome back, everybody. Her condition ought to be relatively stable. Otherwise, the school wouldn't have told her to come to class. I took off my jacket and started wiping Ron's hair with it. Just like before, all the moisture in Ron's hair fled at my touch. Ron neither moved nor spoke a word. Her emotions had frozen over as quickly as they'd inflamed just now. She gave me free rein while I cleaned her hair. This close to her, it was actually kind of addicting. I took her by the face, my jacket the only barrier between my hand and her skin. Ron closed her eyes, allowing me to drive all the rainwater off of her face. After I finished wiping off all the rainwater on her lips with a finger, she spoke. What is the mother of humanity? Oh, thank God, we're gonna get answers. Are you ready to hear now? I wrapped her hands in my jacket and rubbed them until all the rain had vanished. Enough with the questions. Just tell me. Looks like she's completely back to normal. Well, basically, the mother of humanity is the Earth itself. Okay, I wasn't entirely wrong, but... Huh. So the Earth is sentient. Huh.
Well, basically, the mother of humanity is the Earth itself. She has her own consciousness, and wants to protect you humans. That's pretty much about it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for. Yeah, I'm happy I was right.
I don't understand. I let go of her hands. It was time to wipe her thighs. Well, I don't really know her very well either. She's been alive for what, 4.6 billion years now? If I had to recall all of that, I'm pretty sure I'd die.
I really like On, actually. I don't know. Something about her personality is just so much more vibrant. You know?
I wrapped her thighs in my jacket and began to wipe them down, starting from the hips and wiping towards the calves.
Then why did you act like a know-it-all, using all those terms I didn't understand back there?
What did you not understand? I used my right hand to lift the calf of her leg, forcing all the water out of her socks, while taking off her shoe with my left hand.
All that about being the beloved child of the mother, what the hell ever?
Well, I don't exactly know everything about that either. I've only been able to observe in my recalls. They say that the beloved child is like the mother of humanity, and that they can control every aspect of the Earth at will. Though, looking at you, I don't think you can do that at all.
She's so smug. I love her. I love these expressions for her. Me and my alien GF. So, why did you say I was this child or whatever?
After I took her shoe off, I started wiping the arc of her foot. Apparently, Ron was quite ticklish because she closed her mouth and twisted her head, struggling not to giggle. Because you stayed awake despite being drenched by the rain. I let go of Ron's foot so that she could speak again. As expected, she panted while she spoke.
I wanted to ask what was going on myself. Why you didn't get wet in the rain, why everyone else fell unconscious all of a sudden. I just realized that I should be playing her a lot more reserved and in her shell, because she is not the, like, somewhat confident, like, sassy person that we kind of know at current times, you know? She is deeply, deeply not well.
Why everyone else fell unconscious all of a sudden. Basically, when a human being sees a supernatural phenomenon or entity, the whole region will begin to rain, and then all humans in that area will fall unconscious and also lose their memories before and after the incident. The rain itself will also avoid making contact with the supernatural phenomenon in question. The definition of supernatural is defined by the mother. Just assume she designed the system for the sake of protecting humanity. Just assume she designed the system for the sake of protecting humanity, basically. But it rains normally too, doesn't it? I nodded, and then helped her put on her shoes, then changed positions and started working on the other leg. Today's rain was actually a swarm of transparent liquid organisms which entered the...
What the fuck?
Today's rain was actually a swarm of transparent liquid organisms which enter the brain of humans to devour their memories. It's a bit like they're parasitizing humanity, actually. Doesn't hearing that make you start to think that your very own brain has become your enemy now? Bad question to ask. And we'll just have to become organisms that can think with every cell in our bodies, I suppose. The fact that Ron had understood my reference cheered me up so much that I accidentally pinched her thigh in excitement. Ron immediately shied away and looked warily at me. Well, I used too much strength there, sorry. Let's continue.
I fucking love her. I really like her a lot. Hi, thank you for the hydrate. Also, hello Toshiba, how is your day today?
Sorry, let's continue. Ron, still doubtful, relaxed her body again, letting me continue to help wipe the rain off of her. In any case, if you could stay awake after getting drenched by the rain, that means that to the mother of humanity, you're a being that exists between the human and supernatural. I'm pretty sure the beloved child is the only being that fits those definitions. After all, she's the one that set the standards in the first place. I don't know. I don't feel like there's anything special about myself. Because it's only just begun. The beloved child of the mother of humanity will inevitably come into contact with more and more so-called supernatural things in the future. But that's going to be a problem for you, isn't it? I took off the shoe on her left foot as well, and wrapped her foot in my jacket before gently gripping her toes. And that's why we should become friends.
Why?
Well, you need me to help you deal with the supernatural stuff that's going to come after you eventually, and I'd like to make a friend that I can actually talk about these things with. After all, if I mentioned any of these things to a human, it'd definitely cause the rain to start falling. My finger slid downwards until it reached the center of the palm of her foot. Let's get along with each other starting now, okay, Ibuki? She didn't answer me, but rather turned her head away and avoided my eyes. But I didn't want her to refuse me, so I could only start thinking, trying to come up with something to say that would bring the two of us closer together. Well, maybe after you finish wiping my feet. I hadn't expected Ibuki to speak first. You could do my back as well, Sakura? What Ron wanted to express with that statement was self-evident, and a smile blossomed on my face in response. Of course! No problem! Ibuki, let's walk home together now that school's out. Oh, Ibuki, what a coincidence! Your class has swimming lessons today too? Ibuki, what would you like to have? I'll foot the bill. Ibuki, after school, we should go and... That's so sweet. You're so annoying, Sakura. I'd known Ibuki for about 3 months at this point, and during this time she hadn't shown any serious symptoms of her illness. It was indeed as I'd expected. She'd had to stabilize her mental state through therapy before she was allowed to come back to school. Auditory hallucinations remained consistent, though. She often told me that people were bullying her, that people were quietly scheming to hurt her.
Whoop, sorry.
But based on what I knew, there was no bullying going on anywhere at the school. And as for her classmates, rather than seeing Ibuki as a convenient victim, most of them were more afraid to approach Ibuki than anything. After all, she had a devil-may-care loner attitude about her, and whenever she was around me, she always constantly acted as though she was sick of me. But in reality, she was all bark and no bite. Whenever I proposed that we go somewhere together or do something together, she never put up any actual opposition to my plans. The Ibuki, who always had an attitude but always actually listened to everything I said, was super adorable. Oh, come on. You love it when I annoy you by hanging out with you. It's not like you got any friends but me anyway.
I fucking love her. I love her so much. And it is... I just want to say, like, again, it is so interesting, like, seeing in retrospect all the ways that this version of On had, like, rubbed off on Ibuki. Like, this... Man. Sorry, I got a dumb smile on my face because this is really, really good. I do too have friends. I do too have friends. I have Aya at home and there's Koizumi-sensei at school. Oh, that hurts to hear about. Cool, man. Ouch. Aranabuki, who was tripping over her own words after I teased her, was also very adorable as well. Well, one of them is basically your adoptive mother, and the other one's a teacher at your school. Face it, that doesn't count. I fucking love them. I love their dynamic. It's so cute to me. Sakura, you're so annoying! Ibuki repeated her words and then kept scarfing down the bento box I'd made for her anyways. They're so cute! After school's over, come over to my house today. Yo, thank you for the follow, Demonic Viper 666. Oh my god. Sick as hell username. We are currently playing the Chrono Jotter. Very lovely visual novel. We're kind of in the finale. Our girlfriend is our notebook who gives us the power to sort of time travel. So... Also, an alternate version of her killed us. Big day today. It's a very lovely game. I'm Joy Kirbs, voice actor. I am pretty proud of the work I do, but yeah, you're kind of coming in at the end of like a 6-stream long series of a mystery visual novel. So I do highly recommend checking out the game for yourself. I think it's absolutely fucking fascinating, and it's got some of the best writing I think I've read in the game for a while. I'm voice actor too. Nice! That's awesome! Welcome to the club. Why, I don't want to. You've been making me go with you to all sorts of places every single afternoon recently. I want to go home earlier today. And then she comes anyways. Yeah. Ibuki began to pace back and forth in front of my bookshelf as soon as she gotten into my room. I knew that she enjoyed reading a lot, particularly detective novels. So I didn't plan on interrupting her. I figured I'd let her satisfy herself before I talked to her. Nah. I should buy and read some detective novels in the future as well. Welcome back, Sunny. Otherwise I won't be able to keep up when she talks about them. Also, our girlfriend's an alien. Sakura, do you not have any non-fiction books? Ibuki's question surprised me a bit. Most people wouldn't notice details like that. And while I was buying books, I hadn't even considered whether they were fiction or non-fiction. I guess not. I stood up and approached the bookcase as well, sweeping the various fiction novels and fantasy comics with my eyes. Put simply, every single book on the bookshelf was something that an author had invented, rather than something that had happened in reality. But I mean, that's normal, isn't it? Would most people buy the biographies of famous people, books about historical events or something? People like you who have a whole bookshelf full of books? Most likely, yeah, they'd have at least 1 or 2 non-fiction books. I nodded. I suppose that it was the recalls causing me to subconsciously avoid non-fiction books. After all, I could view as many things that happened in reality as I wanted.
This book! Due to her illness, Sabuki rarely expressed intense positive emotions, but this time she'd spoken in a much higher pitch than usual, and it actually startled me. Sakura, see, you do have a nonfiction book here after all. Have you read this one? The book she was holding was named Memories of the Kanto Earthquake. The author was someone named Shirahana Yanagawara. Not Yanagawara. Ugh. Sorry. Oh, yeah, I've read it. The true name of the author was Tama Indo, right? You'll never guess who was a character in the game. Demon. Grabbing this game in my teeth, I'm insane. Yeah. Tama Indo. You know, the one in the 1500s, something like that. 1800s? 1800s, I think. So yeah, she's like 200 years old at high school age when we saw her. The game's insane. We also had our parents, who we had no memory of. We discovered basically everyone in the school was someone important to Ronabuki. Someone who had a significant influence on how she views the world and her life in general. And as the game would progress and you interacted with them more and more, you would slowly uncover those memories. And some of the memories are extremely fucking heartbreaking. Like, some of them fucking devastated me, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure how, but it's so fucking cool. It's a really very, I feel like a lot of the game is just this very intense character study of Ronabuki, and I find that positively fascinating. What about Sai? Sai, we actually haven't figured anything out. I don't know what her deal is. I swear to God, I feel like I've gone through every bit of optional dialogue in this game, and we still don't really have an answer for her. So, my guess is that she is important to Ron, but not developmentally important, if that makes any sense. Like, someone who she is, like, close friends with, but didn't really change her, I guess. I'm not sure. There's a lot of theorizing you can do with it, and I feel like the game also has this very fascinating world where things are just sort of surreal. Yeah. Hey, guess what? Yeah? Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. I don't get this game. All I know is it's a visual novel and looks like Yuri. It is a visual novel. It is Yuri, and it is really cool. There are girls kissing. Ron nodded, looking quite excited. I like this book a lot. Sakura, how'd you come upon this book? This is the only nonfiction you've got in your whole bookshelf, isn't it? Honestly, I don't even remember buying this book. Anyway, since we're already here, we might as well get to the point. I turned and headed to my desk, grabbed the glass bottle full of meteorites, and gestured for Ibuki to come over and sit. She frowned, not sure what I was up to, but obediently came over to the table anyways, still holding the book. I called you to my house just to show you this. I pulled open the stopper to the bottle and poured a few of the meteorites out. The sound they made as they splashed out across my desk sounded a lot like raindrops falling on an umbrella, which I liked a lot. These are meteorites from my homeworld. They landed on the Earth along with us, and we kept them as a memento, I guess. My ancestors have kept them, passed them down through the generations, and ultimately, my mother passed them into my hands. Oh, and she was talking, when we met her earlier, she was talking about how she wouldn't find, she didn't think she could ever find anyone who she wanted to give them to. No. No. Ron picked up one of the stones and inspected it closely, not making a sound. After we arrived on Earth, the Mother of Humanity appeared before us. She greatly disliked us beings who look like humans externally, but were completely different internally. But we weren't invaders or anything. We just wanted a place to live. So we kept pretending to be Earthlings and survived all the way to the present day. How about your parents? I picked up a meteorite and held it in my palm. All I had to do was use recall on it, and I could see the faces of my father and mother as they were when they were still alive, anytime I wanted. Our lifespan is only 40 years long. They passed away when they were 30-something. I don't have any evidence, but I think it's some kind of poison that the Mother of Humanity has stealthily dosed us with. What, so you could live much longer before? Well, no, we've always been limited to a lifespan of 40 years. But the ability that every one of us has to use recall, that's been disappearing slowly over time. Like, as an example, since about 1,000 years ago, our people started losing to recall at the age of 30. And if we fast forward to the present, my mother lost her power to recall at the age of 18. So I'll probably lose the power of recall sometime next year. Once that happens, I'll just be a perfectly ordinary, slightly short-lived Earthling, I guess. Maybe the Mother of Humanity's plan is to slowly turn us all into Earthlings that way. I laughed as I stretched. Ibuki's expression was even more serious than I anticipated. I wish I knew which aspect of the situation she was most worried about. I'm not worried about if I can use the power of recall or not. Because of how short our lifespans are, our people generally tend to live their lives in one of two ways. One of those ways is to struggle their whole lives, not wasting a fraction of a single second, reaching out and trying to experience the entirety of the world with our power before we lose it. The other is like me, I suppose. I figure since we're not long for this world, we might as well just live however we like. Oh, but my mother told me that we all shared one tendency in common. I reached out and pulled that copy of Memories from the Kanto Earthquake back to myself. At a certain stage in our lives, we all tend to discover, this is the meaning of my life. This is the reason why I live. And then we embark on a journey to find some way to extend our limited lifespan so we can fulfill our life's meaning. So you've figured out the meaning of your life, then? I shook my head, tapping the book with a finger. Absolutely not. I feel like it doesn't really matter at all when I die. There's nothing that I have to stay alive to do, or anything that I have to stay alive to witness. But my parents came to the decision that their life's meanings were each other. After they met each other, and they embarked on their journey to find a way to be able to spend more time together. Of course, they failed. None of our race have ever succeeded in finding a way to extend their lifespans. That's why, after I heard that this book was about how the author took another person to be their meaning of life, to be the meaning of her life, and how she was able to use this as motivation even after she lost that person, I decided to buy it to see if it could inspire me. But after reading it, I shrugged to indicate that I hadn't really gotten much of value out of the book. Ibuki gathered the scattered meteorites on the table and placed them back into the glass bottles one by one. Dear, I thought I enjoyed you. You enjoyed the time you spent with me. You know that's not what she meant. I blinked. No matter how often she showed that kind of expression, I always thought that Ibuki sure was cute. Every single time. Well, of course I'm having fun. But just making just having fun into the meaning of your existence to the point where it transforms the way you live, that's a bit tough. But I'm pretty happy that I could come to meet you before becoming a short-lived Earthling. Maybe the fact that I can rest easy and not worry about when my life will come to an end is all because of you. I took her on shoulders. She didn't resist me and took the opportunity to lean into my lap. Plus, you're the beloved child of the mother. I'm very lucky that I was able to meet you at all. And if I weren't, would you not want to be my friend then? Oh, now that was a real hard luck question. I scrunched up my face, trying my best to look tormented by the question, and answered, probably we'd still be friends. Because right now you look pretty much indistinguishable from a regular human, and you don't seem all that much like the other beloved children I've seen in my recalls before, where all sorts of supernatural things were coming out of the woodwork to pick a fight with them. Okay. Thank God for ads. I needed a second to catch my breath. Oh, boy. Sorry, for those of you who are watching the VOD, skip ahead like 1 minute. We got ads. Okay, real quick, gonna run. Gonna be right back. Trying to drink as much water as I can. Okay, I'm back. Wappadoo. Everyone back from ads? Everyone back from ads? Hope so, because we're gonna continue. I'm back. Welcome back, Sonny. Alright. Welcome back, Rico, as well. Ugh. For all I know, maybe you're just an ordinary Earthling, and I'm totally wrong that you're the beloved child. But even if that's so, I'd still like to be with you, so... Even if you weren't the beloved child, I'd still like to be your friend. I'd still be your friend. Of course, Ibuki was definitely the beloved child. The fact she'd gotten drenched by the rain that day was... incontrovertible proof. That's a big fucking word. Well, alright then. You only got until the age of 40 anyway, so... I don't mind spending the next 20 years with you, I guess. The girls are still gay, yeah. Oh, excellent. Looks like I can rest easy and retire early. Looks like I can rest easy and retire early. I fucking love her. Ibuki broke into a smile at my words. As she laughed, she gently draped a hand over the back of mine. Next time you should come to our house. I'd like for you to meet Miho and Aya. I nodded with anticipation sprouting in my heart. Aww. I think, is this the first time that Ron invited her over? Oh, that's sweet. That's really sweet.
Sorry, the girls are gay. They're so cute, whales. Yeah. And, God. Knowing that it's, like, headed towards tragedy is breaking my fucking heart right now.
Three days after Ibuki stepped foot into my house, she awkwardly invited me to visit her own house for dinner. When I pretended to refuse her, Ibuki made an expression of disappointment and incredulity that was ultra adorable. And when I changed my tune and said that of course I'd go, her pouting but happy expression was even more adorable. Aww. Hi. Hi, Miho. It's so nice to see her. Ron's been reminding us all day these days about how you're planning to come over as a guest so we wouldn't forget. Miho spoke as she served food onto Ron's plate. She was beautiful, and her words and motions were quite refined. The fact that Ron was able to enjoy a highly sanitary environment even after she fell ill was surely in no small part due to Miss Takai's efforts. And when she smiled, dimples in her eyes would lift upwards slightly, catching my attention.
Oh, she's so pretty. I love their new hot hairstyles. You can tell that I love their new outfits too. Oh, it's so cool. It's so cool. Sorry. I'm just happy to see them how they really are, you know?
See, I told you she was bringing girlfriend back, even though Ron kept denying it. Miss Toyama took off the apron and carried the newly finished curry chicken to the dining table. I'd heard that she did the cooking in her house.
Okay, bad news, Miho did not learn how to cook. That tracks. That tracks.
She didn't look the part. Miss Toyama looked charismatic, like the kind of person who'd be popular with the ladies. She wasn't short, but... and the ponytail she wore gave the handsome Castor features, despite her face seeming childishly like...
Oh, sorry. I need to take breaths between sentences now.
But despite her face seeming childishly youthful, she looked less like the household cook and more like the person that the household cook was supposed to make treats for. And I couldn't help but notice the choker around her neck. Ibuki told me that Aya was in a rock and roll band, which is why she wore it.
Thank you for the hydrate, Sonny.
But when I learned that it was Miss Takai who'd bought her the choker in the first place, I concluded that she was probably wearing it for more private purposes.
Yeah. Also, yeah. Oh yeah, no. Toshiba, I want to reiterate, everyone in this game is gay. Everyone in this game is a fucking, it's all yuri. All the way down. And you know what? Game of the year.
I couldn't help but imagine myself buying... one for Ibuki. She tried awkwardly to refuse it for a while before ultimately acceding to my desires and putting it on you anyways. Ibuki often tells me about the two of you as well. She told me about how the two of you are the only people in the world who truly love her, and wouldn't abandon her no matter what. Oh, wow! Ron, did you actually say something so cute to your girlfriend? Nah, I made it up. Ibuki jostled me with her elbow. didn't know what she meant by it. After all, she had in fact said those exact words to me. But I'm sure she was thinking it in her heart. Don't worry, we all know how Ron feels. You should see the way she pouts when you're not around. Yeah, I could very easily imagine how Ibuki would look while pouting. Well, I got the dumbest smile on my face, and I'm dreading the moment that it all goes south, because, like, this is so nice. Ron getting bullied, LMFAO. Yeah. She's into it, though. We both know that. Well, it's a good time to bring it up, then. Mr. Kai set down her chopsticks and watched me with her eyes. I'm here. What have I missed? We got murdered by our girlfriend. Our girlfriend is an alien. She's gonna die in 20 years, and, she's where we got the power recall from, and we're currently on a date with our, we currently brought our girlfriend over for dinner with the parents. Mr. Kai set down her chopsticks and watched me with her eyes. I couldn't help but get nervous at her gaze. Oh yeah, no, it's been a busy stream. After hearing about you from Ron, I've always wanted to thank you in person. Even though I have tried our best to take care of Ron, there's very little we can do for her while she's at school. Thank you for keeping her company in class. It's nothing. I've enjoyed the time we spent together as well. In middle school, Ron's condition didn't permit her to go to school, and she didn't attend classes for long before I pulled her out and started tutoring her at home. Luckily, she's quite intelligent. Even though her illness made it hard for her to focus, she was still able to test into her current high school. Okay. Okay. Oof. We'd originally thought it would be a good opportunity for her to make some friends of the same age, but she still had quite a tough time during freshman year. God, they are so sweet to her. They really are so nice. They're such good parents. You can just feel how much they love her. I'm sad now. As she spoke, Mr. Kai gave a concerned glance in Ibuki's direction. I'd heard of that period of time in Ibuki's life as well, in passing. Back then, her classmates held serious prejudices against her because of her nationality, rather than her condition. Oh right, because she's Chinese. Korean, I think, actually. Fuck. My bad. Oh, right. Remembered Korean and Japanese relationships. No, yeah. It was one of the two. I can't remember which. Helping. Yeah, I think. I don't know. Sorry, I don't want to make guesses because I don't actually know. I know it got mentioned in like the first 10 minutes of the game. And then it never came up again. So I'm sorry. That was like 3 months ago. I am mildly knowledgeable in the subject. Oh, for the record, they aren't exactly the biggest fans of Korea as well. Well, it's more the other way around because of the horrific crimes. But moving on, yes, it's Chinese. Thank you. Even now, I still feel Kozumi-sensei's the only good teacher I've ever met. You should thank her properly afterwards. She keeps an eye out for you frequently, doesn't she? Ibuki nodded. That conversation reminded me that Ibuki once mentioned that Miss Takai had asked the school to not to reveal that Ibuki was a foreigner, but clearly some loose-mouthed teacher had let the information out anyways.
Oh, no, Oh, yeah, no, I know. All I know is that the Japanese occupation of Korea was a fucking nightmare. Fucking, oh my god. It sounds like I missed a lot of things I wanted to figure out. Yeah. Absolutely. It's been a dense stream, like, in terms of both information and emotions. Like, damn.
Kozumi-sensei was responsible for her grades math classes as well. Before Ibuki met me, she was the only person in school that Ibuki was on speaking terms with was her. Just in case, I'd used recall on Kozumi-sensei as well. Her life story hadn't exactly been smooth sailing, and in the future, it was likely to take a turn for the worse.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It definitely does. Definitely does do that. Whoa, shit. Water bottle fell over. Sorry about that.
But that wasn't something for me to interfere with. Okay, that's enough about that unhappy past. We've moved on. Ron has you to help support her now as well, Owen.
Using a dinner knife, Miss Toyama sliced off and deposited some roasted pork. God, I'm kind of hungry, actually. I haven't eaten in, like, 2 days. Ran out of birdseed.
You seem pretty mature, Owen. With you around, I'm sure that Ron will be fine.
I would if I had the money, and also if food delivery wasn't ridiculously expensive, and I had, like, materials to go make food. And I wasn't on stream, so I could actually go make the food, because I don't want to leave for, like, an hour while I fuck off and make an omelet. I mean, I guess I could... Actually, I couldn't do the stream from there, just because I can't, unplug my PC and then bring it up there and keep the stream running, so... No, unfortunately, you guys won't be getting a cooking stream anytime soon. Then again, I don't think people would trust me to cook. I don't think chat trusts me to cook.
Due to the recalls. I did in fact have a lot more life experience than most others around me, but due to the recalls, but... Mature? I lifted my hand and experimentally touched my face. Relative to Earthlings, I did experience an increased rate of senescence. I'm assuming that's just aging, but that's not. Ron, why are you so quiet today? Nothing. I just wanted you and Aya to chat more with On. Ooh, are you nervous? As if I'd have any reason to be nervous in my own home. Even though I couldn't help but tease her again, I understood how Buki must have felt. She must have been wondering whether her adoptive mothers and I, the three people who each cared deeply about her, would get along well. Well, you should talk more then. I want to see how you act when you're at home. Ron's very well behaved. I've been working from home lately, and during that time, Ron has frequently made tea for us, or helped rub her shoulders to relieve stress. Absolutely, absolutely. But honestly, Ron spends more time pouting at you than helping out, doesn't she? She's always asking for hugs and all that. That's normal, isn't it? That's normal, isn't it? That's so cute!
That is adorable. That is... cries.
Oh. Ron's reliance on the two of them must surely exceed the feelings that most ordinary people have for their parents. Ibuki was abandoned by her biological parents and consigned to a nation that spoke a completely different language, not to mention how she'd inherited her mother's schizophrenia. But even then, Miss Toyama and Mr. Kai had taken good care of her. They must have put in an unimaginable amount of effort to get her to a point where she could participate in normal society. Furthermore, the symptoms of her condition left her with little interest in interacting with strangers. In contrast, she needed physical contact with those who were closest to her to find her sense of security in social interactions. But after eliminating these reasons, all I could do was imagine Ibuki pouting at her parents before she asked them for a hug. It reminded me once again how unbelievably cute Ibuki was. Speaking of which, lately our office has been considering having everyone work from home due to increased prevalence of honeycomb amnesia incidents around here. You two make sure to be careful when you're going to school too. Try to take the safer paths further from the roads. Otherwise it's dangerous if a driver suddenly got hit by the syndrome. I nodded and wondered to myself whether the rains would come if Ibuki, the beloved child, brought up anything about the supernatural to humans around her. Are you still in the murder loop?
No, this is all flashbacks. As far as we're aware, we just got murdered. And activated a super recall.
If at all possible, I would have loved to be able to explain my identity to them, and explain that Ibuki was destined to lead a difficult life. And that, when those difficulties came, I would do my best to protect Ibuki in their stead until I passed away myself. Ibuki and I take the same path to school, so I promise I'll take care of her.
God, that's so sweet. That's so cute.
After enjoying the delicious food that Miss Toyama had prepared for us... Oh, fuck. After enjoying the delicious food that Miss Toyama had prepared for us and still holding the sugar apples that the two of them had shoved at us...
Oh my god. Those... Damn.
Ibuki and I visited the park under the apartment to take a walk together. There wasn't a soul in sight. Not only that, there were a couple hurried pedestrians on the sidewalk a short distance from us. The public cars, which had been equipped with automatic driving systems, were still operating as usual, but there were vanishingly few privately owned vehicles. A sight such as this was very commonplace in areas struck by honeycomb amnesia syndrome.
Ooh. Sorry, I'm like really cold right now. So we're still dead? As far as I'm aware, yes.
Sakura, is there any way to let Aya and Miho know everything without causing them to lose their memories? If anybody would know, it would be you, as the beloved child. Or the mother of humanity herself. But it's fine for things to stay the way they are with them, after all. After all, in the future, you'll definitely need someone who cares about you, but doesn't know about the strangers around you, to serve as your safe harbor. And Miss Toyama and Mr. Kai are the most suitable people in the whole universe for a responsibility such as that. I don't know. I don't want them to come to any danger, though. Don't worry, the Earth's a huge place, and the number of people who run into supernatural phenomena and then actually suffer any danger from them is vanishingly small. Most of the supernaturals are like me, just trying to eke out a living on this planet. Really? Okay. I'll listen to you then. After speaking, Ibuki reached out a hand to me. Have you ever used recall on me? I shook my head. Then, take my hand. I want you, like Miho and Aya, to be able to understand me. Emerson, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm gonna steal your line. Walks into the fucking bog, never to return. I want you to be able, like Miho and Aya, to be able to understand me. I took Ibuki's hand with both of my own, but I didn't use recall. Because recalls are so interconnected that with just a bit of focus, I can jump to pretty much anything I care to know about. If I recalled this table here, I'd learn about everybody who's ever walked past or sat down at this table. That's why I want to treasure this feeling that makes me want to understand you more. Sorry, that was like an actual fucking squeak. Oh god, that's so fucking sweet! Sorry, okay, oh my god. I could feel a small trembling in the palms of my hands. Ibuki nodded and showed me a rare smile. An expression which really touched my heart. Use recall on the Earth. She did mention that she could, but 4.3 billion years of memory is a bit... She's not really interested in it. Too much knowledge. But for some reason, I felt like it wasn't the part of my heart that was responsible for positive sentiments. Perhaps I enjoyed seeing a confused or annoyed expression on Ibuki's face more. Well, it was her fault for looking so cute like that anyways. Alright then. I guess I'll just have to bring you around to slowly understand me. The long way around. Ron led me to sit down on a bench in the park. Well, she would have to touch it first, Rico. And I'm sorry, but I don't think she's gonna survive the sun. Ron led me to sit down on a park in the bench. The sun had warmed the bench, making it quite comfortable to sit on. That, plus with the pleasant fullness of our stomachs, made it a good time to sit down and have a long conversation. So, what should we talk about first? Last time we just got to when you first arrived in Japan. Why don't you tell me a bit more about Miss Toyama and Miss Takai? Well, of course. Let's start with that one incident. Have you heard? What? Wait. I just realized something. Let me scroll up. Due to increased prevalence of honeycomb amnesia incidents around here. That's because of That's because of Ron, right? With her being the beloved child. Interesting. Sorry, I just want to take note of that. I answered her half-heartedly. At the moment, my entire brain was filled with Ron's plans to visit Koizumi-sensei over the weekend. Aww. Half a month ago, Koizumi had... What? Wait, so she did try to reach out? Sorry, I'm a bit unsure. Half a month ago, Koizumi had told Ron that she was planning to reject the marriage that her parents had arranged for her. From that day on, she'd never come to school again, and Ron was growing more and more agitated because of it. Our math teacher, Koizumi, she's resigned her... Oh, no. Is that so? Is that so? Is that so? Sorry. I pretended to be surprised as I reached and touched her wrist and immediately entered recall. The rumor she'd heard had already spread throughout the school. Through this, I was able to easily change the subject of the recall to Koizumi-sensei herself. The sight that I saw was, sadly, the opposite of what Ron had hoped for. And I heard that she got pregnant before she even married. I stood and left the bewildered student there, headed right for Ron's classes. Even though the start of bell class was about to ring, there was no time to spare. I knew exactly how Ron would react when she heard the rumors going around. I had to be by her side. If the situation went badly, or if anyone wanted to hinder me, then I'd take out the bottle of quips. What? That's fucked. That is. Damn. But also, an eclipse worm is what was mentioned that cocooned her in the first episode of this stream series. I don't know if that's strictly related, but terrifying. If anyone wanted to hinder me, then I'd take out the bottle of eclipse worm that I kept on me for emergencies like this and break it to summon the rains. Ron! I saw Ron hugging her legs, sitting on a lone chair, her table overturned. The other students backed off and left a wide circle around her, and I could clearly hear what they were whispering to each other. I pushed them out of the way and went to Ron's side, pulling her to her feet with the intention of taking her out of the classroom. Everyone knows I didn't. They repeated the exact words I said to Koizumi-sensei to me. Even the table knew. The table spoke too. Ron clung tightly to my arm. Right now, she had little reason left to spare on modulating her strength, and she was gripping me so tight. I could feel the tingling in my fingertips, signaling that the blood flow in my arm had been cut off by the pressure. Ron, calm down. It's not your fault. Ron, I can hear Koizumi-sensei crying. She right behind me. I was worried that any sound at all would just become further torment for Ron at that point, so I didn't say anything at all, and just dragged her to the nurse's office instead. The teacher on duty had apparently been informed of Ron's condition when Ron was first enrolled. She allowed me to help Ron over to the bed while she gave Miss Toyama and Miss Takai a call. I sat by the side of the bed, holding tightly to Ron's hand. I stood very well that she might not be able to come back to school after this. Once her condition began to destabilize, recuperation would require a very long period of time, and... Wait. Holy shit! This is the nurse's office from the school. On one hand, it could be just a use of reused assets. On the other hand, my preferred interpretation is that this here is all a very important memory to her. And so it reconstructed this mirror image of it, almost. I sat by the side of the bed, holding tightly to Ron's hand. I understood very well that she might not... Oh, fuck. God damn it. I already did that line. So, just how much time did I have left with her? Ron, you go and take these pills from me, okay? Okay. Oh yeah, no, they've made tons, so I do think, yeah. But I also wouldn't blame them for occasionally reusing assets, you know? You know... Okay. This is not going to go well. I mean, yeah, people tend to need medication for schizophrenia.
Yeah, no, this music is not giving me good vibes. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna have to do a lot of yelling for this stream. So, this scene. So, I'm going to refill my water, and I'll be right back. Sorry, for doing this not while ads are running, but I'll be like 2 seconds. Okay. Hydrate, thank you very much. Hydrated. Yeah, attacking me the second I go off stream. Maybe get some cough drops if you have any. Cough drops? I mean, I'm not coughing. Run. I won't! Don't come any closer to me! Ron had curled herself up at the foot of the bed, sweating all over and staring at me with terrified eyes. After her illness worsened due to Koizumi Sensei's departure, I was just barely able to convince Mr. Kai to allow Ron to continue to attend classes. The result was that she was only allowed to attend classes for half the day, and I, on the other hand, became responsible for taking care of her at school, with the critical duty of making sure that she took her medication at noon as prescribed. But the mentally ill could fight medication to a degree that exceeded even my imagination. Once you take the medication, you can take a nap, and then after you wake up, we can go home together, okay? I'm not taking the medications! I'll never take anything you give me! Not even water! Not even water! Ron had grown even more tense than before. Her toes fidgeted and grasped at the bedsheets, while her eyes didn't stop turning every which way for even an instant. For a while, I'd been tricking Ron into taking her medication by hiding it in her food to overcome her resistance, but eventually she found out. Once she did, it left her even more high-strung and paranoid. Ron, I just want you to get better quickly. I'm not sick! Why are you forcing me like this? I'm clearly the one being persecuted and bullied by them. Why should I be the one who has to take medication? Ron took the phone at her side and threw it at nothing in particular. I turned my head and saw the screen of Ron's phone shatter. That's how her phone got cracked in the intro. Oh my god. I turned my head and saw the screen of Ron's phone shatter. The photo she and I had taken together was now covered with cracks. In the center of the cracks was, by sheer coincidence, located right over my face. In actuality, the medical prescription had already long since run its course, but Ron's situation still showed no clear improvement. I was heartbroken and exhausted. No matter how many psychiatrist memories I combed through with recall, the only thing it brought me was endless astonishment about how each individual patient's case could be. The things I learned about which I could apply to Ron's situation were existing, proven medicines. No matter what, you have to keep taking your meds. After I said so, I put... Oh, this is when... After I said so, I put the olanzapine pill in my mouth and crawled over to the bed next to her. What are you doing? Stay away from me! Stay away from me!
I reached out and grabbed her by the arm. Ron struggled fiercely, trying to kick me away with her legs.
Don't come any closer! Don't!
While her mouth was open, I took the opportunity and pressed my own lips to them, and used my tongue to deliver the pill to her mouth. Ron choked and sobbed and shook her head, but gradually gave up on struggling. I waited until she'd fully calmed down before pulling my lips away and letting go of her hands. That was our first kiss. Clearly, this wasn't the kind of first kiss she wanted. Ron hugged her shoulders and turned her head away, tears running down her cheeks. I am sorry, Ron. I retreated as far away as I could, and she hugged herself even tighter, leaning against the wall. Ron lowered her head. I couldn't see what expression she was making. Ron, why don't you take a day off from school tomorrow? Ron remained silent and unresponsive. I blinked my eyes, feeling like I was about to cry.
Oh boy.
Oh, wait for ads.
Whew, okay. Hi, Maddie. I hope everyone's been enjoying the scene. I don't know how well I'm doing with the yelling there. It feels like I'm kind of doing a weird voice with it, and I don't know what's up with that. It's probably just my voice being exhausted from 3 days of voice acting, so I think I might actually take tomorrow off. Feel kind of bad about it, but I'm gonna be real. Oh. This is legal or healthy for relationships. To be fair, you do gotta take your meds, unfortunately, and it's just kind of something a lot of people have to deal with, unfortunately. It's not... Man. I will say, I do really enjoy how this game handles her mental illness. I love that they don't demonize her for it. Because, holy shit, are most depictions of schizophrenia fucking terrible! Holy shit! So fucking bad! And it respects, like, the fact that it is something that the people around them do struggle with, you know? But they're still a person, you know? I really, really appreciate it. And having actual, like, supernatural things mixed in with the delusions is just very cool from a storytelling perspective, I guess. Is it a normal thing for people to not want to take their meds, or we're mostly referring to the case of schizophrenia? It depends on the illness. I know schizophrenia can usually come with paranoia, which does tend to... I get also every individual patient's case is different, and I don't want to make any generalized assumptions. It is a... I am not a registered psychiatrist. I cannot say with any certainty. But yeah, no, it's not. I can't really say for normal people. I don't mind taking my meds. I don't really have any thoughts on it. Head empty. I try not to think. Anyways, welcome back from ads, everybody. Head empty, literal. Damn. I blinked my eyes, feeling like I was about to cry. But I did my best to bear it and look through the window, up towards the bright and cloudless blue sky. Summer's almost here. Once it's summer vacation, why don't we go out on a trip together? To the sea. How's that sound? Ron suddenly nodded her head and followed by speaking. Oh, okay. Okay. Ron's condition had improved significantly, but she was still plagued by serious insomnia. Even at this seaside resort, she still found it hard to fall asleep. So every night she and I would hold hands and take a long and meandering. This was the Emerson, Maddie. This was the date on the beach that they talked about like way earlier in the game. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's happening. That art is gorgeous, by the way. Holy shit. Actually, I don't know if Emerson's still here, but... The bright moon reflected itself in the surface of the ink-black water. The pure white light was particularly eye-catching, and so we'd always stop our walks whenever we reached an optimal spot to moon gaze. At this moment, the only thing I was worried about was whether the ocean winds would ruin my carefully maintained hair. Oh, the lighting is super pretty. Sorry. I just want to save in case something happens. Oh, wait. The chapter name is just On's clothes. On's chapter. But yeah, look at her new fancy-ass outfit. She looks super cute in it, honestly. I love seeing her just be in casual wear, you know? Are there aliens on the moon? Are there aliens on the moon? It's possible. What about the sun? The sun itself is... What?! The sun is... Rico, what the fuck? Speaking of this, I guess maybe she could use recall on the sun then. What the fuck? The sun itself is one. Closed captions, please work properly. Don't worry, I will be mostly reading out the dialogue, so you'll be alright. If you can just read the on-screen text. Ron nodded. I knew that she wasn't particularly interested in the answer. She just wanted to say something to me. She'd been like this ever since we saw that news today about the female high schooler who'd committed suicide at Shibuya Crossing today. Asakura. God, that's... Ow. Do you still want to talk about Makoto Asakura? Yeah.
Ron held my hand with force. She'd been trying all day to ensure that I was accompanying her by her side and that I was paying attention to her. Why are you so willing to spend all this time with me? I don't know. I guess I just enjoy it. First time I visited your house, I said so as well, didn't I? We ought to keep each other company. If Asa could've had someone next to her who was to her like you were to me, then maybe she'd have lived on. I can't help but feel like she and I are very similar. If nobody was around to care for me, then maybe I'd make the same choice as her. In the recalls, I could see that Makoto Asakura had many people by her side who cared about her. None of it seemed to move her, though. Her problem seems to be more fundamental in nature.
Also, oh my god, her dress is so fucking pretty. Maddie. Do you like the dress? Because I like the dress.
It was unfortunate that I couldn't use my powers on the deceased directly, but even if I could, there'd be no way for me to know what they were thinking. Maybe what she needed wasn't just someone who cared about her, but...
Yeah.
Maybe what she needed wasn't someone who cared about her, but rather someone like Onigawara. Tama Indo's book mentions something like that. Asuka needs to have meaning granted to her life, something that could help her find a connection between her and the world. Maybe then she wouldn't have chosen to kill herself. Ron nodded to herself, seemingly convinced that she'd found the right answer. At that point, the waves grew slightly louder and a wind blew from the sea. The clouds in the night sky were brushed aside by the wind as well, and the light of the moon shone boundlessly over the beach. Oh my god, this art is so pretty. By that light, I looked towards Ron, and she at me as well, with an expression that seemed almost to be a smile, but not quite. I could tell, though, that she was embarrassed, because my expression was probably much the same.
Emerson, I don't know if you're still in chat, but you gotta show up.
Thought of the same thing.
Yeah! Let's fucking go. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, I did screenshot it. Did we ever figure out what was with the Eye of Horus on her clothes? Nope. I don't know the symbolism behind the Eye of Horus traditionally, so there's probably some symbolism there that I just don't get.
I now seem to understand why our kind always eventually sought a way to extend our lifespans. Even now, I was hoping that I could spend more time with Ron. I wished that my life hadn't already reached its hadn't already passed its halfway point. I wish that Ron could love me more deeply than I loved myself. I wanted to become, in her heart, a figure of singular and irreplaceable primacy.
Well, you certainly got what you wanted. Google AI overview. Why did you trust the AI overview? Gross. The fair point. Why are you crying?
I don't know. She was the beloved child of the Mother of Humanity. She was the beloved child of the Mother of Humanity. I still remember the way that she elicited a unique feeling of attraction within me when we first met, and now, churning within me was the same feeling all over again. Did I really love her? Or was it just like I'd seen in the recalls, how all living entities not created by the Mother of Humanity were irrevocably drawn towards the beloved child, condemned by their nature to try and win the beloved child love, to achieve their own selfish goals? I don't know. On, is it your lifespan? Are you worried about your lifespan? On shook her head. I'm not worried. There's still 20 years left. As long as I can be with you, my life will be filled with meaning, without a second wasted. As I lied to her on one hand, I held her hand with the other. It's getting colder. Let's go back to our room. I'm sure you'll be able to sleep well tonight. As though to encourage me, Ron gripped my hand in response as well. With our fingers intertwined, we advanced forward together.
Yeah. That's the dormitories. So that's why it looks so anachronistic. I definitely said that wrong. Don't give a shit. The resort. Was the game hallucination? No. I can guarantee that much because it's way too much of a cop-out. The resort we checked into was an old residential building located near Seaside Grove. Apparently, the owner had mysteriously disappeared for several years. Their family had sold the building to its current proprietor. Because of the remote location and the rumors involved, there were very few customers, which suited me perfectly. Do you feel sleepy? Even though Ron was yawning, she still shook her head. Then, shall we go take another stroll somewhere? They said there was an observation deck here, didn't they? Yeah, I think they said it was on the 3rd floor. Let's go take a look. Ron and I arrived at the observation deck. This was a regular polygonal room with a... To be fair, supernatural entities aren't, like, physically drawn towards Ron anyways, so... Also, just let them be happy. Ron and I arrived at the observation deck.
Oh fuck, I already did that line. Ron sat down beside the wall and turned her head to look at the sea of stars that filled the view outside the window. I, on the other hand, held her hand and looked only at her. We should come here more during the rest of our stay here as well. Of course. If you'd like to come, you can come here any time. Just the nights will be enough. Ron closed her eyes and leaned against my shoulder, and fell asleep before too long. The way she turned and tossed restlessly every night always distressed me, but for some reason, she entered a deep and steady slumber this time. Looks like we really do need to come here to stargaze more often. Good night, Ron.
Oh, shit! Did you guys see that dialogue portrait for a second, or was that just me? Sorry, I accidentally clicked and went on to the next dialogue. I need to know what the fuck happened there. Yeah, we do get to see them kiss again. She is missing an arm. Okay, so this is gonna be a bitch on my throat, cause haha, fucking. Okay, I don't think this is strictly related, though. I think this is just actually her bleeding. But maybe, I don't know yet. Okay, thank you for the hydrate, though. I definitely need it. Give me a second to breathe, cause, oh boy. Cause pain is a bitch to do a voice act, cause... Obviously, you know? Okay. Okay. Han! It hurts so much. Han! Help me! Help me. The air was full of the smell of fetid water, but it was far from being able to cover the stench of blood. Ron's screams mixed with the sound of the rain, echoing across the rooftop. I gasped in panic, feeling like I was about to hurl. What the fuck is that? Lovely, human beloved child, help me. Before my eyes was a bizarre organism, a puddle of quicksilver blood mixed with decaying chunks of flesh. It was clearly on its last legs. And its bizarre blood had splashed onto me. The strange substance, halfway between solid and liquid, had congealed into irregular shapes on my body. This was much like its fundamental nature. It was just a mass of black hair which changed forms depending on the expectation of the conscious beings around it, constantly switching between solid, liquid, and gaseous states. Lovely child.
It spoke atonally, but its voice sounded like a mixture between mine and Ron's. Oh, that's fucking awful. Han, please! Save me! Miss Huck, please! Fun. Trembling, I turned my head. Ron was slumped on the floor. Her left arm had been torn off on the elbow, and I could spot shredded muscle and scattered bone in the wound. She wept and sobbed uncontrollably from the sheer pain, and it scraped her legs right with her repeated wild kicking against the floor. A whole puddle of blood had formed under the remnants of her left arm. It had only taken a few seconds for that thing to pounce on Ryan and devour her arm. If I could have just bitten more... Miss Sakura, my hand! My hand! It hurts so much. Cool, hope you guys are liking that cool, awesome sound.
Yeah.
It's fine, Ron, it's fine. I'll take you to the hospital. I bent down and picked her up. Ron sobbed inconsolably, repeating her pleas toward Miss Suck. Oh. Oh, holy shit. That's where Miss Sakura comes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Because she hadn't said it before until now. It was always just Sakura. Or on. Yeah, on. See? So much wailing. Okay, please stop. Or I will put it on pause. Kind of in the middle of a serious scene here. Sorry. Sakura, it's so much. What do we do? Help me. Everything is fine. I'll help you. I'll help you. The beings which had been defined by the mother of nature supernatural. The beloved child was a temptation that far exceeded my imagination. Oh, fuck. Okay, I think we're probably done with that. Ugh. I had been naive enough to believe that I was the only one who knew that the new beloved child was Ron. That was what had brought this suffering down upon us. This was only the beginning. They'll keep coming, and they'll never stop. Not until they take Ron away from me for good. Ron, don't worry. I'll protect you. Don't worry. Ron's hand had been entirely ripped away by the thing that attacked us. Even though the wound had healed, the shirt sleeve of that arm remained empty. I didn't inform Miss Takai or Miss Toyama about this incident. Instead, telling them that Ron and I were still enjoying our summer vacation in a different location. Fuck. Will it hurt, On? Ron laid on the bed, clutching my wrist with a death grip using her only remaining hand. Oh shit! Oh shit! Wait a second! Is this... Wait. Sorry, I just... The
the limb replacing cat.
Don't worry, she'll inject you with a tranquilizer. Once you wake up, your left hand will free your own.
Oh my god. Yes! The blood sculptor!
Picked up the blood sculptor and placed them next to Ron's severed hand, and took out some glass jars from my backpack. Inside them were 2 liters of blood from the same person. I nodded to the blood sculptor's owner, and she nodded and began to commune with the big cat. It wasn't the first time I'd come here, so the blood sculptor generously allowed me to stroke its head. At the same time, its owner began preparing the tranquilizer. It seemed that 2 liters of blood would be sufficient. Alright, it's time. Just close your eyes and go to sleep. Okay. Okay. On. Will you keep me company? Well, of course. I'm not going anywhere. Ron closed her eyes in satisfaction. I waited until the tranquilizer had taken effect before I gently pulled Ron's fingers away from mine and entered the room next door. There. What? Waiting for ads to be over. Ugh. My throat fucking hurts. On the bright side, I should be able to go to bed soon. Okay, ads should be over for everyone. Everyone back? Everyone good? Everyone good? Everyone good? There, I laid down in my brain is drained. Yeah, that is totally fair. Thank you so much for popping by, Natsu. I appreciate it, and I hope you enjoyed all the twists and turns. I know I am. There, I lay down in the recliner and took out the item I'd asked the blood sculptor's owner to help me prepare beforehand. I'd injected it all into my bloodstream and closed my eyes, waiting for it to spread through my entire body. What the fuck is she doing? I wanted to protect Ron. I wanted her to be able to escape her status as the beloved child of the mother of humanity and survive doing so. I wanted to be together with her forever, and at the same time, I wanted to know if my love for her was just the effect of the beloved child. For this reason, I needed to understand everything about this planet. Well then, let's start the recall.
What the fuck? Oh my god, did she recall the fucking Earth? No fucking shot.
Ron slowly and blearily opened her eyes. Soon, though, that gave way to a surprised expression as she raised her left hand and experimentally flexed it a few times before grasping at the air with it. Oh my god. On my hand's really come back! Well, of course.
Well, she's fine. That's alarming. I don't know why it's alarming, but I feel like...
Well, of course. Ron immediately used her newly regenerated left hand to caress my face, poking and prodding it, squeezing my nose and pulling my ears, and finally ending by stroking my lips. Thank you, On. Oh, it's nothing. I've been missing that hand of yours more than you have.
Oh my god! Gay sex, Sonny. Gay sex.
Ron smiled in embarrassment, and I discovered that I had long since fallen in love with her delighted expression as well. It was also equally cute. But what's wrong with your face? It felt like I was touching a plaster cast just now while I was feeling it. It'll be fine in a bit, don't worry about it. I used my apparently plaster-like finger to poke her in the face in return. Ron, I understand what it means to be the beloved child now. I'll make sure that you'll be able to leave this terrible identity and escape. What? What?
On, what did you do?
Ron held my hand tightly with only concern left in her eyes. I have recalled 4.6 billion years and experienced the entirety of the mother of humanity's experiences.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
The mother was originally just a consciousness that came into being concurrently with the Earth itself. She was incapable of thought, and without a nervous system, she only had basic stimulus sensitivity, the way that plants did. Except her reactions to stimuli caused the origin of species, transformations in the climate, and plate tectonics, all the way until 1.8 million years ago, when humanity was born. With humanity's birth, she gained self-awareness, became capable of reason, and gained emotions. Well, even before humanity, there existed creatures with rudimentary reasoning and emotive capabilities. Oh, okay, fuck. But only Homo sapiens were an intelligent species capable of sustaining the mother's self-awareness for her. The mother of humanity was overjoyed about this, and became fiercely protective of the human race. To shelter them, she appeared before all things on the earth which had not been created by her own stimulus reactions, and declared herself the mother of humanity to them. But 2,000 years ago, she suddenly grew sick of this. 1.8 million years of nurturing humans had caused her to grow exhausted, but she couldn't bear to completely let go. So she began trying to find a being who could inherit the position of mother from her.
Ugh.
So the beloved child is someone who has the potential to inherit her position? That's right, but for some reason, no beloved child has ever succeeded in the last 2,000 years. I suppose the conditions required must be extremely strict, and she herself probably can't fully control it either. But, she's got plenty of time. She can afford to be patient. We've arrived. Here it is.
Head in fucking hands right now. That is the school, yes. That means something important is going to happen here. And judging from everything, maybe it'll be nothing. I don't know. I brought Ron to the village I'd lived in when I was young. After navigating the forest trails and the mountain tunnels, we arrived in an abandoned old school. My father had once told me that his grandfather had once served as a teacher here, and that in his quest to find a way to extend his life, he discovered a certain object that might prove useful to me, which he'd left in this school. Looks like it's been abandoned for ages. The village is at the base of the mountain. The village at the base of the mountain feels like it's pretty old, too. And on, the old lady who's been taking care of this past few days. You called her your granny? Oh, well, she's not related to me by blood. After all, we can't live to the age where we can see our grandchildren grow up in front of us. She's an earthling, but she took care of my father when he was growing up, and she also took care of me when I was young, so I call her my granny. And she's a very strong woman. In recall, I saw that she'd experienced many twists and turns in her life. She didn't cry even when my mother and father passed away. I wonder if Granny would cry when I passed away. She didn't seem to like me much. She'd intentionally interrupt me whenever I started talking. I think she's mad that her beloved granddaughter got seduced by such a gloomy and untrustworthy character as yourself. I fucking love them! I love their dynamic! Oh, this is gonna suck. This is gonna suck. I didn't, though. Ron lowered her head and hugged my arm. Ever since the arm severing incident, Ron's personality had changed slightly. We'd already been quite physically intimate before that, of course, but Ron was still insistent on playing hard to get verbally, at least. Now it seems she constantly hoped for attention from me, and sought for me to share more and more of my emotions with her. Of course, I wouldn't begrudge her any of the intimacy she sought. We had so little time left together that there's no points to wasting any of it. I'd use it all, as well as I could. Keep it close to my heart. Let's go. The lock to the school gate had long since broken. Oh my god, yeah, it's the exact same. The lock to the school gate had long since broken, and I easily pushed the door open. The main entrance was covered with dust. The wooden shoe cabinets were in shambles and looked as though they'd crumble at a single touch. After that, a left turn brought us to the long wooden hallway. I raised my hand and touched the wall, feeling the roughness of the texture through my fingertips. Ron, do you smell that? I quite like the smell of this kind of wood. Yeah, I was expecting it to smell like rotten decay. I hadn't expected it to smell this nice. I know, right? My mood improved a little, and I pulled Ron into a hug. What's the matter? Nothing. I just really wanted to give you a hug. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. No. I don't like what's going to happen. Are we back to the... Nope. Good news, Emerson. We're at the school. You missed a lot in the past 2 hours. Ron lost an arm. Also, you missed them kissing? Like, it's been a busy few minutes. It's been a busy, like, hour. Nothing. I just really wanted to give you a hug. Why? Oh, you know. Ron raised her arm and embraced my shoulder as well. She was growing quickly. Since the day we met, she'd already grown a whole head taller than me. I pressed my head to her neck, hearing the gentle pulse of Ron's heartbeat. Ron, you gotta promise me that you'll live a long and happy life, okay? Oh no. No, no. I fucking hate this shit! Stop it! Just enjoy the next 20 years!
Of course, we'll live unhappily together. We'll live unhappily together. I nodded and broke the embrace.
Oh my god.
We passed through the hallway and came to a broken stairwell. In the recalls, had seen that the object had been stored in a secret compartment, right next to the stairwell.
Oh my god! Oh my god, that's where we woke up! In the fucking beginning of the game!
But that had been over 50 years ago. Hopefully nobody had removed it since then. Kneeling with one leg, I searched the floor and soon discovered the switch. Immediately after, I was met by a cloud of dust. As I coughed, I swept the dust aside. It ought to be right down here. Originally, the school's building plans had mandated that there only be one storage room on every floor. Afterwards, the students had felt it was inconvenient, so they dug out an additional underground storage room next to the stairs. I reached out and easily found the box I'd seen in the recall. Let me. Ron carried the box I indicated out and placed it on the corridor. After that, she bent over and used a penknife to cut through the transparent tape binding the box. After opening up the cardboard, we found all sorts of old stationery supplies lying inside. And there, lying under a protractor, was a notebook with a scarlet cover. I found it. I reached out and took the notebook. Not a single speck of dust stained it. The pages were perfectly white, as though they were new. Is that what we've been looking for? Yep, with it, all of our problems can be solved now. Come with me. Before I'd come here, I hadn't told her what I wanted the notebook for. And she didn't know that my great-grandfather was, right now, stored within the notebook. That was the method he'd found for extending his lifespan. From the moment I'd laid hands on my notebook, he'd begun speaking to me. He said that he could use the notebook to engage in recall, and thus experience the lives of many people. His reason for wanting to live was so that he could go to many more places in the world, see many more things. Stored in this internally pristine notebook, he could tour this world forever, and even meet me, his great-granddaughter. What's that notebook able to do? If I open my mouth now, my great-grandfather in the notebook would surely hear. But it didn't matter. There was nothing he could do about it anyways. I've been thinking for a long time why none of the beloved children had become the new mother up until now. It must be because none of them were capable of casting their vision over the entire world the way that the mother could, instead of focusing on mere individuals. I'm not sure I follow. It's okay. Don't need to. Just listen to me. Besides that, Mother clearly doesn't want a non-human life form to become her successor. This is simple to understand, isn't it? Ron nodded, her grip on me strengthening slightly. In the end, if you still can't escape the position of the beloved child, then I'll need to protect you the whole time, so that you can live a full and complete life. But I won't be able to, because I'm about to lose my power of recall. Not to mention, my lifespan itself won't permit me to accompany you the whole time. The notebook can solve all of those problems. My great-grandfather seemed to have figured out what I was planning to do. He screamed into the depths of my brain, ordering me to put him back where I found him. I still don't get how to use the notebook, though. You don't need to worry. Just leave it to me, Ron. found an iron barrel in the garbage pile and dragged it out to the lawn outside the schoolhouse, where I raised it above the ground by setting it upon some stones. The barrel was quite tall. I wouldn't have to worry about any sparks leaping out of the barrel that way. My great-grandfather, shouting, turned to weeping. He began to plead with me, telling me that he didn't want to die. Me neither, I said to him, quietly, before tossing the notebook into the metal drum, lighting a match, and setting the notebook on fire. On. Relax. Relax. The notebook won't be damaged by the fire. The temperature of the barrel gradually rose, and hot air emanated from it. For some reason, I started feeling like I couldn't breathe. I thought I'd already resolved myself before this, but to find my determination again, I looked up towards Ron, who was watching the flames. Her eyes reflected the bright orange light, but her expression was full of confusion. I couldn't tell her what I was planning to do until I was about to do it. She'd never go along with it otherwise. I waited until the terrible screaming echoing in my mind had fully faded, before I poured a bucket of water into the barrel. Then I raised myself to my tiptoes to look at the notebook. It was completely unharmed. In fact, not a single drop of water had even clung to its pages. Taking it out, I'd found that it had actually gotten a little bit thicker than it had previously been. Apparently, my great-grandfather had ripped a few pages out at some point.
Wow, that's incredible, On. So, what is it exactly?
It's a container, Ron. It's a container that can hold absolutely anything. The most secure lockbox in the whole universe. I gently stroked the cover. Its uneven texture reminded me of the walls of the old schoolhouse. It can even contain a soul. I took out the knife that I'd prepared. Then I took Ron's hand and lightly cut open all the fingertips of her right hand. Ron was very calm and didn't resist at all. It's a little extravagant to use such a large knife just to make a few shallow cuts on her fingertips. Hopefully Ron won't get suspicious. Crimson blood began seeping out, and I quickly flipped to an empty page in the notebook and placed her hand onto it, letting her blood stain the pages. It worked exactly the way I'd seen it work in the recalls. Just as I'd expected, the newly cleared notebook needed to confirm its new owner before it could have something stored within it. The blood seeping from Ron's fingertips wasn't absorbed by the pages, but rather quickly congealed into it, forming a bloody mark. There, the notebook belongs to you now. Okay. And then, well, what comes next is I suddenly feel a tear flow down my face. Ron panicked a little and immediately reached to help wipe my face. On? Perhaps it overestimated my own resolve. But I didn't want to leave her just yet. I wanted to hug her again. Ron, I don't want. There wasn't any more need for any testing anymore. The feelings I felt for her couldn't have anything to do with her being the beloved child. I just wanted to keep holding her hand and stay with her. It's fine. I'm okay. Don't worry. I gave Ron a smile, and my tears obediently stopped disrupting my emotions. Ron, listen to me calmly. After this, I'm going to enter the notebook, and by placing your finger on the notebook as a signal, you'll be able to trigger it to reactivate my recall ability. There will be a lot of limitations, but this way, you'll possess a power that only non-humans can possess. What? Shush. Shh. Shush. Keep listening. The notebook will never be damaged, even in here, and even in here I'll be able to keep talking to you. It'll be like I'm keeping you company forever. To talk to me, but that solves 2 of the 3 problems we just spoke of. Finally, I need you to never concern yourself with this world. I need you to never concern yourself with this world. But as the beloved child who's bound to come into contact with the supernatural, I imagine you won't be able to help yourself and will try to do something anyways. So, I'm going to help you out by concentrating all of your attention onto a single, small focused point forever. I sat down on the ground and opened the notebook to a blank page. Don't be sad. I'll always be by your side. I turned the handle of the knife and used the blade to cut open my own neck. It hurt much more than I was expecting it to hurt.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
An kneeled in front of me, grabbing onto me and trying to stop me. I used my left hand to seize her wrist. I have to do this. I used every bit of strength I had to push the knife deeper into my neck.
Oh my god, it's the same fucking way she died in the beginning of the game. Oh my god, that's fucked. Oh my god.
But at the same time, using force meant that my neck muscles would tense as well. And cutting them open hurt so much, it made me cry. But the blood ceaselessly flowing from my arteries were instantly absorbed when they came into the contact with the pages of the notebook. And even the blood that spilled into the lawn was pulled towards the notebook as though by gravity. Seeing this gave me a measure of peace.
Don't! I'm begging you, stop! I'm begging you, stop! I can live together with you, even if you can't protect me forever. As long as we can be together, it'll be okay! I'm begging you, don't leave me! I want to be with you. Sakura, please.
Blood flowed quickly. I wanted to say something, but found I didn't have the strength for it anymore. I forced myself to smile, trying to reassure her.
Miss Sakura, what do I do without you?
I had always liked that particular form of address, which Ron used only when she was mentally unsteady and pleading with me. The her that was calling out to me like that, it was truly, extremely adorable.
I can't bear it. Miss Sakura, there's no way I could...
The hand that pressed to her face trembled, and I greedily immersed myself in the sensation of that last bit of warmth.
Don't. Miss Sakura,
Ranabuki. Oh, my beloved.
Miss Sakura,
The darkness before my eyes grew more and more severe. And I found that I could no longer make Ron's voice out clearly. It felt like there was something far away, pulling me, making me come closer to it. That was probably the notebook, right? That was good. Once I died, Ron couldn't possibly concern herself with the world or whatever. She'd only focus on me. Definitely. For sure. Good night. See you tomorrow, Ron. Truly, I I love you.
That was on chapter, everybody. Pretty good. Sorry. How'd you guys like that scene? Oh, God. That was fun. I say through tears. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah. Oh my god, sorry. Hope you guys like the voice acting. Yeah. Hope I managed to sell that absolute fucking anguish. Okay. Oh, thank god I saved before this. Okay. So I feel like this choice is either between, like, giving in to the delusions, the fictional on Sakura that is being controlled, or facing the music. Accepting that she's gone. Ron bolted upright from the bed. Without a moment of hesitation, she grabbed the notebook. Oh, no. No, that's not what I meant! That's not what I fucking meant, Ron! Misaka. No! That's not what I fucking meant! Misaka. I'm coming to see you. I'm coming to see you. With her right hand, she held the blade to her neck and pressed it in abruptly with her left. Ron performed the same act that I'd done when I entered the notebook, and severed her own neck artery, letting the blood pour out towards the notebook. Misaka, I'm coming. Coughing up blood, Ron dropped the knife to the floor. With her blood-red fingers, she incessantly stroked the pages of the notebook. Soon, I'll be able to see you. And hear. Her blood was entirely absorbed by the notebook. After a few minutes, her body lost its strength and collapsed into a puddle of blood, and she died once again. Ron opened her eyes. She was lying in her dorm room's bed with all the other students surrounding her in her room. Ibuki-san, what happened? We were all shocked when we saw at the morgue that you'd killed yourself. If you really want to imitate me, I'd recommend you wait until you draw the culprit card yourself. Ibuki was stunned. She looked all around herself before finally settling on his face. What? It was at this point that I suddenly realized, with astonishment, that I could no longer perceive Ron's thoughts anymore. Her internality was nothing but dead stillness. I'm fine.
I must have been overwhelmed by the memories of how I died the first time. Miss Sakura, are you alright? I'm alright, of course. I'm alright, of course. You? I think I'm fine. Maybe staying here isn't such a bad idea after all. Ron, what's going on? You're sounding a bit off. Maybe you should take a bit more time to recuperate? Ron shook her head. Nah, it's nothing. I was just thinking about how I've actually been having a lot of fun during my time here. Well, Buki, even though I'm not sure what kind of epiphany you've had exactly, you can do as you please. Ron nodded, laid back, and closed her eyes again. After my suicide, Ron found herself unable to bear the shock, and her mind slipped into disorder unlike anything ever before. She began consuming the pages of the notebook, believing that doing so would allow her to establish some kind of connection with me. Even though it did have beneficial effects on her, it also resulted in the slow disappearance of my personality. At this point, I am merely an entity which possesses Sakura's memories. My mission is to protect her and enable her to do anything she wants to do, without being hindered by anybody, including myself. If she has decided that she would rather stay in this place, if she has decided to give up on finding a way to revive me, then I will not hinder her. I will always be at your side, Ranabuki.
Well, that was a bad ending. Somehow that was the opposite of what I thought that choice would do. Maybe, I guess, it's meant to be confronting the illusion or... whatever. I sat up from the metal frame bed, memories in my head fully clarified, free of the mists that had shrouded them. Wait a second. This is... Anna's not in control here. Because she knew everything this entire time. No. Before, the previous ending, it mentioned Ron Buku moved towards the notebook. This is saying I. So, I think we're actually getting Ron POV for, like, the first time in this game. Tears rolled down my face. As I shook my head, I turned my trembling body towards the stand next to the metal framed bed, where the notebook was resting. Anne was already dead. I've been traveling the world for the last 4 years for the sake of reviving her, merely in the hopes of finding any sort of anomaly that had anything to do with reviving the dead. But this attempt had also been a failure. The Anne here wasn't my beloved. I hugged the notebook to my bosom, my tears falling on its cover with splashing sounds, making it seem as though the notebook itself were crying as well. Even though I remained the beloved child, the mother of humanity, Anne had still achieved 2 of her goals. Not only was she always protecting me, she also kept me eternal company. But I still wish I could embrace you. I crossed my arms, and gripped my shoulders tightly, and lowered my head, curling in on myself, the notebook tucked into my chest, bending slightly. The sounds of my weeping echoed in the empty morgue. I struggled to calm myself, wanting to leave before the rest of them came to find me. Also, Maddie, how'd you like the previous scene? Like the fuck. The fun one. Sniffling, I rose from the bed and unfolded the folded uniform next to me. Not only was there no blood on it, but even the hole that the knife left on it in it was restored. Eternal torment, yeah. I saw my phone off to the side and reached out to turn it on. That photo nearly made me start crying again.
but I quickly tapped past and entered the address book and sent a text to Ellen. So be it then. I put on my uniform, left the morgue, and headed back to the resort that Miss Sakata and I had once checked into.
So it is directly apparent. Oh shit.
Ann looked like she didn't quite know how to react to me. Probably because I hadn't immediately pounced on her the way I always did before. Ann? What's wrong? As soon as she spoke, my longing for Miss Sakata redoubled itself again, and I had to raise my hands and cover my mouth to keep myself from crying out loud. Recovering my memories had stripped the last vestiges of my ability to suppress my longing for Ann from me. I bit my lower lip to control my feelings. Ann, on the other hand, clenched her hands tightly together. So, like, has this game been in second person?
Third person, technically. Second person is you. The game has been from... Well, technically it has been first person the entire way through, just from the perspective of the fucking notebook. Yeah, we're sort of omnipresent first person. Yeah. Well, actually, not omnipresent, because they definitely aren't. They are only there for stuff that Ron is there to see. We never get, like, we never get to see anyone's life without her. Hydrated, thank you very much. Ann, on the other hand, clenched her hands tightly together, resting them on her thighs as she pointed the tips of her toes together. All of which were completely different habits from the ones held by the true Ann. I want to say some things to you. Maybe you won't understand, but I hope you'll listen to me. Ann nodded, staring at me attentively. Another expression that the real her never would have shown. I furrowed my brow slightly to keep the tears from flowing out and began to speak. After you killed me, I managed to regain most of my memories. The real Ann is already dead. Isn't a game in second person? Yeah, but this is a visual novel. So I feel like we'll go with the literary terminology rather than from a game design perspective. Because that relates to how you control the game, and this is about how the game is presented, I guess, if that makes any sense. For example, like a first-person shooter can have third-person narration. So narratively and gameplay-wise, the perspective is different, I suppose. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to, like, swallow tears. Cool. Ellen seemed rather calm after she heard me say that. She didn't ask me what exactly she meant by that, or who the person sitting in front of me was in that case. She'd always liked to mess with me, toying with me or jerking me around. She's a little selfish, too. For the sake of doing what she wanted, she could disregard the wishes of pretty much everybody who wasn't me. And I often couldn't figure out what she was thinking. But she truly loved me. And I her. I bit my lip again. It was of no use. And the tears had already spilled. You're good to me. More gentle and kind, and also ready to make some sacrifices for my sake like her. And you're still alive. Perhaps you were the perfect Ann Sakata who existed only in my heart. But oh, that hurts! That hurts so much worse!
Oh! The Anna I loved became one with the notebook for the sake of protecting me, and I thought, though I could hear her speaking to me at first, in that state of unbearable suffering immediately after her suicide, I couldn't bear something like that. So I ate a massive amount of paper from the notebook, as though doing something like that would help On come out from the notebook. At the least, it helped stabilize me psychologically. And the result was that the On from the notebook slowly began to lose herself, becoming a consciousness that retained only her memories, which existed purely for the sake of protecting Ranabuki. That's all secondary. No matter what the cause, as long as On isn't by my side, I have to keep looking for her, even if she's already gone. I did my best to express a determined attitude, speaking these pre-planned lines like it actually found any sort of resolve, but it couldn't stop the tears. I'd always been a weak and fragile person, and right there in front of me was a blood and flesh On. She had warmth, could embrace me, could stroke my hair and kiss me. So what did I? How could I want to stay here so much? I sank to the floor, raising a hand and gripping tightly to On's wrists. I miss you so much. On, I want to be with you. I've suffered so much just to make it as long as I have. You are the closest I've seen in the whole last 4 years. The person who seems most like On. You won't suddenly collapse into a puddle of fleshy sludge or wear On's face only to speak with a nauseating voice. You can speak, and you're capable of loving me. I want to stay here, be with you, On. But I can't. I can't. Please, I'm begging you. Let me give up on you. Let me leave and keep searching for a way to revive On. Even if you have to turn into a monster right now or something. I'm begging you, Miss Saga. I can't keep staying here. I felt her bend over and embrace me. She embraced me so tightly. Just like that final time that On embraced me as well. I'm sure that On was very happy to have received such love from you. If it were possible, I wish I could become the On that you carry in your heart for you. But I can't do something like that, because I have my own life as well. I do not want to become a replacement product, or turn into a paltry imitation of anybody else. On spoke with a bit of a hitch in her voice as well.
I gently pushed her away, and we looked each other in the eyes.
The first time I saw you, I felt like I couldn't leave you to your own devices, because you needed somebody to take care of you so desperately. And you held such strong feelings for me that I felt like I wanted to respond to you somehow. But I never expected that you didn't actually need it. You didn't need anybody else to care for you. What you needed was on Sakura. But that's not me, and I can't deceive you by disguising myself as On for your sake. I'm sorry, Ron. I can't fall in love with you. On wiped my tears away, and did the same away, wiping away the tears on her face with a finger. It was almost inconceivable how such a simple motion was able to calm me down entirely, leaving only the single tear that was sliding down On's fingers to the back of her hand. Thank you. This is the best answer you could have given me. From my perspective, it's enough to let me set down everything here. I hope it won't leave any burdens on you either. What will you do after this, Ron? I stood up, and On followed as well. Only then did some indecision surface in her eyes. I'm going to leave this place. It's possible that my departure may cause some changes in the fundamental nature of this place, but this place was clearly a realm that existed only for my sake. If I were to cease to exist here, the other girls would also be transformed in some way as well. Perhaps, but it wouldn't have any impact on the outside world at all. So no matter what, the things that happened here would be meaningless. The suffering that Koizumi-sensei and Asukura went through won't have changed because of anything I did for them here. So what happens after that is also meaningless. I don't know what exactly you mean by leaving here, but no matter where you're going, you won't forget what happened here, right? Things that you said and did for not out of guilt. The way you helped Makoto change, even if you don't think it means anything to them. What about yourself? Me? It was true that I never attempted to make up for Koizumi-sensei. That I never had an opportunity to get to know Asakura, but my deeds here had given me the opportunity to explore all kinds of alternative possibilities, and let me understand them far more. Just like how, even though I could only watch the recalls, I was indeed experiencing them as well. Is that the meaning that the power of recall brings me? Maybe you're right. Maybe these events do have some meaning to me. But I'll need time to prove that. Perhaps I'll be able to see the impact of these experiences on me in time, once I depart from this place. Even if she wasn't the real On, she was still easily able to dissolve my confusion and give inspiration unto me. It only made my longing for On, which had never once receded, redouble in strength. Goodbye, Ron. I hope you can find the real On Sakura. Thank you, On. I'm truly very happy that I could meet you in this place. Sorry. I stood at the edge of the swimming pool, looking at the water. There wasn't a single ripple on it. At the moment, it was as flat as the surface of a mirror.
What is it, Ibuki? Asking me privately with Sakura, then asking me privately with me? Do you have something major planned or what?
You ought to know. I wanted to make some light conversation, or maybe crack some jokes to help break the ice, but then I thought there wasn't a point. If my reasoning is right, then no matter what kind of ridiculous idea I proposed to her, you ought to know would always believe me and support me. You ought to know. I have recovered the vast majority of my memories. I understand why I've come here, as well as what's happened to On. When On killed herself in front of me, we were in our 3rd year of high school. I spent the 4 years after that trying to find a way to revive her, and during the period of time between my first meeting with On and On's death, I came into contact with everybody in the school in one way or another. Other than you. So I'm pretty sure that right now, I am actually 22, and I met you only after On died, which is why there's no trace of you in the memories I've recovered thus far. More importantly, in this 4-year journey, I'm pretty sure you kept me company. We must have spent these 4 years together. As she listened to me speak, Yodano fidgeted with her bracelet. Maybe that was how she showed her nervousness.
Ibuki, I'll be honest, I don't have a damn clue what the hell you're talking about. All that stuff about being 22 years old or suck it already be dead. But it doesn't matter. Yodano smiled at me. Her expression put me at ease. It's a bit embarrassing to say it like this, but I don't care what your plans are. Just tell me what I can help. Just tell me what I can help you with and I'll help you. Like, how do I put it? I feel like if it's for you, then anything's okay. It's weird, like, since we only just met not too long ago, but it's the same with me. The first person I saw in the whole school is you. And you're probably the one I trust the most, too. Whenever I found myself unsure, you always tried your best to find a way to help me. I turned and pointed at the pool and continued. Maybe you don't even like swimming all that much. You've been spending all your time here to indicate something to me. Now you're just trying too hard. I really do like swimming. Yeah, I guess I could see that, if it's what we... If it's you we're talking about. Yodano walked to my side without speaking. I've had a blast during my time here, all things considered. But... it's probably about time that I take my leave. I gotta meet the adorable Indo, and witness how she discovered the inspiration to write. I got to meet Miho and Aya in their youth, and even help them with a relationship issue. It's a small way to repay them for all the effort they put into raising me, I suppose. I got to meet a living Asakura, and even though it was only the start, I was able to touch her heart and understanding how even someone as deep in nihilism as her can survive so long as they find someone who can give their life meaning. I got a chance to see Koizumi-sensei slowly build her confidence. And even though there's no way I can make up for my past mistakes, I've still been shown a small glimmer of hope. Perhaps, if I could enter her life more deeply, there's still a chance I could help Koizumi-sensei become the person she wants to be. And I got to see An. I lowered my head and cried quietly. I got to meet An, even though... well, no, it's enough. I felt Yodano put a hand on my shoulder. I raised my own and placed it on the back of her hand as well. And last of all, there's you. If I'd been with you for these last 4 years, then I must trust you a lot. That's the kind of person I am, isn't it? Yodano nodded, failing to hide a rare touch of gloom in her own expression. I'm looking forward to learning just how we got to know each other. I gave the back of Yodano's hand a pat. Then, I bent and stared into the water's surface. As I remembered all the experiences I'd had with everybody here, I reached out and touched the water with a finger. And in an instant, the pool turned into the starry sky. What is this? What is this? I was correct then. I noticed it that day when I'd helped Yodano clean the pool. Thank you, Yodano. Goodbye. Wait! Yodano grabbed me by my arm, pulling me back from the water. She was very strong and almost caused me to fall. Sorry. It's fine. Well, what's up with you? I don't know. But you can't... Can't you just stay here? See, I'm here. An's here. Everyone else is here too, aren't they? I can keep cooking your favorite foods for you, and you can stay here and keep playing detective games, right? I don't know. Don't say something like that. Don't say something like that. I took a step backward, shrinking away from her, tears beginning to form in my eyes again. If I stayed here, time would surely progress as usual. We'd graduate from this school and go to some city or another, slowly grow up and eventually grow old. And I'd definitely get to be with An for all of that time. A future like this would be absolutely wonderful. But it's not one I can choose. It's a future where only I get to be happy. I bent over and cried until I couldn't breathe anymore. Real On died for me, and Mio and Aya will need me to take care of them after they get old. And there's another you waiting on the outside for me to leave this place. So please, please, don't say things like that to me. I really will lose my resolve. Alright, I won't say any more then. Get on out of here. Go do what you want to do. Yorino helped me up and wiped away my tears, much more roughly than I did. According to you, there's nothing me on the outside waiting for you. Whether that'd help take care of you, I'm sure I won't have to worry at all. As I wiped my tears, I laughed out loud, nodded. You're totally right. With you around, I'm sure there's nothing I need to worry about. I took a deep breath and showed as cheerful an expression to Yorino as I could. But all it seemed to do was amuse her. But that was good enough. I turned and stepped into the stars. Ooh. Sorry, give me a second. How did everyone like those scenes? Fuck me. Okay, okay, I need a second to just recover. Give me like 2 seconds while ads are running. Hog, formal. Highline, Europe. I'm a sobbing mess right now, so I hope you're enjoying. I don't know how long you've been here. Oh, okay, everyone should be back from ads. Yeah, I'm back. For a period of 30 to 40 minutes, fair enough. Sorry, I just had to go blow my nose because I was ugly sobbing. Yeah, I'm alright. Ugh. Hope you've been liking the voice acting line. I am in agony. Lots of starlight appeared in the distance, but the radiance seemed not to touch me. I raised my hand and saw nothing. I lowered my head, but couldn't find my body either, just an indistinguishable blackness. All around, a vast starscape gradually appeared. They were like images on a tapestry, giving no real illumination. I felt solidity under my feet. I was standing on the ground. I bent down and used my hands to feel the floor beneath me. I found that I was standing on a set of stairs. It seemed that if I followed these steps and advanced forward, I would be able to reach my destination. The quality of this report, thank you. Oh, I'm definitely going to be resting tomorrow, because 1, 3 voice acting streams in a row is fucking brutal. My throat hurts. And 2, I just need time to cry a lot. Just for a few days, just for a day or two.
I stood up and began moving without hesitation, even though I couldn't see a single thing except the vacuous staircase all around me. I was confident that the stairs weren't always there, but rather that they would appear wherever I stepped. My footsteps echoed, but besides that, no other sounds could be heard. I couldn't even hear the sounds of my own breathing. Just how much longer did I have to walk? I wondered, but felt no tedium, because I could see the ever-shifting galaxies before me, and watch strange stellar bodies known and unknown to me in their processions. Here, perhaps, I could see the entire cosmos. If I turned and headed towards one of those distant stars, would I arrive there instead?
What?
Ranabuki. The voice in the notebook rose in my ear. She was warning me, reminding me not to forget the conditions that would cause me to become the mother of humanity. It's okay. I concentrated my attention to my feet and tried to run downwards. Soon, I left the stairs behind, high up in the sky where they belong. Then, the sounds of the revolving stars rose again. There was something approaching me, but I ignored it and kept descending. Ranabuki, would you give control of your body to me? No worries, no worries. I'll handle it.
I love that they can actually converse now. It's fucking awful that she's lost all fucking memory of herself, though. Oh, that's torture. Well, she hasn't lost memory of herself, she's lost all personality, which is worse. Something... Also, what the fuck? Holy shit. Siffrin and Stars in Time.
Something massive appeared at my side, its head taking up nearly my entire field of vision. It had no ocular organs, and it was quite obvious that it was watching me. Why do you insist on departing? All of your most important memories, all these people for whom you care the most, are all fully gathered here. The intellectual games of which you are so fond, and a life balanced on the edge of danger and excitement. How can you yet remain dissatisfied? Sakura, she too is in this place. Its voice was emotionless, and its head had no muscles with which it could express emotions. But clearly it was in despair. Its words were that of pleading. Thank you for letting me see on, and letting me confirm again the strength of my feelings. I have to leave this place and keep searching for a way to bring On back. No matter what. I implore you to help me escape the path of the lost. To borrow the aid of the Mother of Humanity and help me return to my homeland. I looked up at the entity's core, at the spiral galaxy contained therein, and thought that I saw that it had an expression similar to mine. Perhaps it had always been trying to convey its feelings, just in a different way from what we were used to. I can no longer sustain my form. I trapped you in this location to attract the attention of the Mother, or perhaps you, after you replace her, can lend me what aid you can. The Mother won't bother herself with me. She has far too much time and can afford to keep waiting as long as she needs. You shouldn't put your hopes in me. I will not become the next mother. You should wait for the next beloved child. What if becoming the mother would allow the revival of Sakura? Well, that's just reversing the means and the ends. What I need is not just a living Sakura, but to be able to be together with On. The sound of revolving stars slowly weakened. The entity continued hovering before me, but it didn't seem to want to speak again. Soon, spots of starlight began appearing before me again, in the darkness, but different from before. I felt like my whole body was soaked with water, as though I was under the sea. Not interrupting my ability to breathe easily, of course. It seemed as though I would arrive soon. Would you tell me your name? I have no name that your language can speak. From the mouth of the first human I encountered, I learned the true nature of your language. He named himself a poet of Thrace, and sang for me, but he bestowed no name upon me. I see. I'll come up with a name for you. No matter what. Don't forget me. If you possess the power, then please help me. I won't. Thank you for giving me the chance to meet them. I raised my hand, wiping aside the invisible fluid before my eyes. As a beam of dim light appeared not too far away. This beam of light shone on me in truth. By its luminance, I could see my fingers. It was real light. I couldn't help but speed up and run forwards, reaching out and frantically brushing aside the rest of the star-draped fluids. Suddenly, I couldn't help but cough. As my previously free breathing suddenly became obstructed, I reflexively opened my mouth, but only felt water rushing down my throat and realized I was experiencing it. Asphyxiation. No. Drowning. I raised my hands, trying to find the surface of the water, to take a breath, but all these efforts were met with failure. I struggled, accompanied only by the sounds of the bubbles. No, there was another sound. Ibuki! I reached desperately towards the sound. By then, the water in my trachea had almost reached my lungs, filling me with torment. At the same time, the starscapes that could be seen through the fluid finally began to recede from my field of vision, leaving only infinite darkness around me. Don't panic! I gotcha! It's... The bracelet. So from my wrist, I felt the firm sensation of contact and something solid, but engraved rubber, rubbing against my skin. Gonna pull you out now! I was dragged by force on my wrist forward at incredible speed. I felt the water slicing past my face. The pain on my skin at that moment made me feel as though I was being newly born. After that, I seemed to break through some kind of membrane. Finally, fresh oxygen appeared before me at last, forcing away the fluids that prevented me from breathing. Taking deep breaths, I looked around, trying to figure out where I was. Holy shit! Future Run outfit. Oh my god, she's kind of got a sleigh jacket on. Look at them! They're matching! A Yodono who was clearly a few years older was standing before me. She embraced me with joy and surprise on her face. You okay? I don't know. So that's how... I remember everything now. Yeah. So you lose your memories once you go inside, huh? It was pretty fast, all things considered. Only took you 3 hours to come out. I was all about ready to pitch a tent to wait for you and everything. I looked up. The sky was dark and the stilling rains were falling. As was entirely reasonable. Wait, what? Yodono hadn't gotten wet from the rain. It seemed like her bracelet was still working properly. Every time it rained, I always worried about whether or not the bracelet would decide to betray us.
Oh, holy shit, that's what the bracelet did this whole fucking time? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so cool.
I don't know, can you help me out? My legs are a bit sore.
No problem. Here we go. Here we go.
Yorino pulled me free from the space-time egg, and then let go before immediately embracing me at the waist and lifting me into her lap.
So, how was it? Feeling okay?
I shook my head and clung to her neck. I met the you from high school while I was there. Yorino nodded as she cleaned my hair with one arm.
Yeah? So what the way I looked when we first met? I was still in high school back then. Well, you'd already graduated. She looked around before gently giving me a pat on the back. Not seeing Sakura anywhere. No good on this one either?
I clutched at Yorino's back, trying to hold the tears back. I saw her. She was really a lot like An, you know, but she wasn't the same person.
I see.
Yorino pressed the back of my head to her shoulder with gentle force. Her way of indicating that I should relax. She never asked unnecessary questions, and didn't spend a lot of words on reassuring me. It might have seemed a bit cold of her, but I knew that she could always understand how I felt.
And you still managed to make the decision to leave, huh? Must have been hard. Forget this for now. Let's go back to the hotel and take a break. Then, you can tell me about the things you saw.
I nodded, feeling a lot better already, and stood up straight, leaving Yorino's grasp. Yorino, by the way, how's your little sister doing? Yorino was about to go wheel her parked motorcycle over, but she paused in her tracks when she heard me asking about her little sister.
Why are you bringing that up now?
After I entered, my memories were heavily scrambled. I want to make sure that my understanding of the past is still aligned with yours.
Oh, well, you helped cure her, remember? Now she's able to see things I love in myself again. Her illness will stop worsening, and I'm sure one day she'll get better for good. Oh my god, I love their fits, though. Look at them! They're so fucking slay. But also, I love that they're entirely, like, platonic besties. Despite them matching. Like, she's still, Ron is still only looking for An, and I think that's really, like, they're just two girls chilling out who should be making out.
That's good then. Yorino took a quick step in and leaned an arm on my shoulder.
What, you worried that'll stop hanging out with you once my little sister's fully cured?
As if.
Relax, since I promised I'd repay for your help, I'm sticking with you till you get Sakura back.
The Thanatotic Muse's influence has disappeared.
Wait. Huh? Interesting. Like multiple honeycombs, which just haven't. Oh, interesting. That's actually a really cool. The syndrome was given its name because all of its sufferers lose memories at the same time period, like multiple honeycombs, which have suffered damage to the same cells simultaneously. Interesting. That's really cool, actually. Oh, this game's great for that. Infrasonic puddings are masses of infrasonic vibrations around 15 Hz in frequency. Externally, they appear as 15-meter tall, 30-meter wide green masses. Because they appear solid mass— wait. Oh my god, that's what it was during the flashback! Only direct contact with the pudding has any anomalous effects. Infrasonic puddings appear all over the Black Galaxy and tend to disappear after 2 hours after manifesting. Furthermore, all infrasonic puddings which manifest share the exact same wavelength, no matter their time or position. Currently, their goals or origins are unclear. However, wherever infrasonic puddings appear, stratum whales are always invariably found as well. We're giving their name, however, on other planets they take completely different forms altogether. Stratum whales are capable of living in the gaps between any two strata or layers, whether those layers are physically material layers or merely abstract concepts. In the gaps, they use bubble hunting methods similar to that used by humpback whales to capture and consume materials or concepts floating in their gap, quickly expelling them after a quick digestion process that has little impact on the layers. Ron once attempted to track down the most recent appearance of an infrasonic pudding on Earth, planning to use it to help track down a nearby stratum whale. Her plan was to use the stratum whale to enter the gap between life and death to try and find Ansakata there. Oh. The self-devourers are a pair of black-scaled serpentine organisms, 6.1 centimeters in length, possessing high-level intelligence. The self-devourers possess the ability to transfer concepts or properties from one object to another object. The two snakes each represent the origin and endpoint of the transfer, respectively. When the devourers decide to use their special ability, their bodily length will change based on the target, allowing them to encircle the targeted origin and endpoint objects in the form of Ouroboros rings. Furthermore, when they initiate a conceptual or property transfer, the concept or the property itself will be altered depending on the devourer's intent. Wanabuki placed one of the devourers on each on Sai Yodono and her little sister in order to transfer Sai Yodono's sister's anonymous condition onto Sai. As a result, Sai has become incapable of physically perceiving— wait. So it isn't that— what the fuck? So that's what the bracelet is. What do you mean? What do you mean by what do you mean that's what the bracelet is? It's the self-devourer. By using Devourer of the Self to translate the anomalous— yeah, that's what the bracelet is on Sai's arm. Sai's wrist. I don't know if you can— of course I trust you. I know you'll always look out for me. Yodono shied back away from me as though she'd seen something disgusting and shrunk her shoulders and— yeah, you can see it, right there. That's a self-devourer on her arm. Wait, and since it transferred the effect onto her, it's like, as such, it's like kind of a part of her, so— interesting. So I believe the rain avoids her? Because she's using a non-human, maybe. I'm not actually 100% sure, not certain on that, and also it doesn't actually matter. The fact is she's alive, she's up during the rain. Well, the anomalous effects got transferred over to Sai, so... it's not like it's just one exchange. I don't think it continuously goes back and forth, you know? Ibuki, your heartfelt confessions make my skin crawl, you know that?
What? No, just go get your bike already.
Yorino laughed as she jogged towards her motorcycle. I took the opportunity to open the notebook and turned it to the page where I kept notes about useful leads on reviving the dead. Let's scratch the Thanatonic Muse off, then. As soon as I said that, a line drew itself across Thanatonic Muse entry on its own. It was fine. There's still plenty of leads to follow up on. Lots of hope left. Just then, Yorino pulled her motorbike next to me and spoke. So, where do you want to go next, Ibuki? I closed the notebook. A few different locations appeared in my mind, but I didn't have to think long before rejecting all of them. Let's go back to Japan first. I want to visit Miho and Aya. And Koizumi-sensei. Aww! Yorino nodded, and after putting her helmet back on, turned the motorcycle back in the direction we came. I looked down, watching as the wheels kicked up dirt, and thought about the way that Miss Sakura and I had brushed off the mud on our shoes before entering the gymnasium just a few days ago. Miss Sakura. Supporting myself on Yorino's shoulders, I hopped on the back seat of the motorcycle and hugged her waist tight. The heat of the motorcycle engine and the warmth of Yorino's back filled me with courage. I turned my head and looked back at the giant mass, which strengthened the length of the coast. Compared to its size, the storms were nothing but a thin veil. The rainwater and my tears forced me to narrow my eyes. I still wanted to get a good look at it before I departed, so I pulled up my shoulder, wiped my face on the water-resistant fabric to clear my vision. Goodbye, Indo, Asakura. On. Oh, look at that fucking art! Oh my god! Oh, damn! Oh my god, that's so sick! That's so fucking sick! Jesus Christ. Fucking look at that! That's so fucking cool. That's where we got that's what we were in. The Chrono and that everybody was the Chrono Jotter. How'd y'all like it? Cause I fucking loved it. Peak. That was sick as hell. I agree. That was amazing. Absolutely. Oh god, and the art of them on like two different sides of the same. Oh, that's fucked up. Bum 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 bum. Aw. Look at the cute art. Aww! Kitty! Yorino does have cat vibes, I'm gonna be real. And Koizumi feeling like a caged bird. Oh, that's fucked up. Aww! Good night, Sonny. Aw, look at them! Gay ass. Gay asses. And now we can take one last look through the gallery, because ads are going to start playing. Did we? Oh my god, we got every CG on our first playthrough. That's crazy. Yippee! Fucked up. I love that there are two variations of it. That's so cool. Painting style is so good. Yeah, no, I adore the art style. Before we get Aran fictive. Aran what? Aran what? Good night, Maddie. Thank you so much for popping by. Yeah, the 520-degree turn. 540, yeah. When a system interjects a fictional character. Oh! Real. Woohoo! We did it. Alright. I think I will go look for someone to raid, and then we'll go to bed. Thank you all so much for coming. I had an amazing time with you all. I was fucking crying, but we're doing our best. Emotionally, I need to lay down forever. But I'll be alright. Alright, Ren's streaming, so I think we'll go raid her. And then I'm gonna go lay down in bed. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for coming by. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you all had as good a time as I did. Valedictions? I don't know what the fuck that means. Hydrate. Valedictorian? I know that that's like top of the class, but I think does it just mean smart? I don't fucking know, man. I depart. Oh, cool. Thank you. Bye.